Okay, let's continue on with more Apollo Justice Ace Trilogy, where we I think we're about halfway through the first case, considering that we had the recess. Usually when they have a recess in these games, it means that it's like you've reached the halfway point of the case. So we're a little bit past that, so we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna just load the game and see how also, before we do that, I should make sure everything's working, because I don't want to make sure that there's like a problem. Let me just refresh this, see if it's okay. So that should be good, all these things. So, again, we're halfway through the first case, or a little bit over halfway, I think. And I will be trying to do voices as well, so we'll see how it all goes. I was happy with how the first stream went, considering how short it was, but I think I would say at this point we're back to our regularly scheduled programming. Like, we'll probably be, I'll probably end up doing, we'll keep playing this all the way through, unless I get a chance to do some speedrun stuff, but we should be good with this. Let's continue, shall we? Let's see what we have to do, and everything goes and works out for the best. So this should load us exactly where we started originally, or ended originally, I should say. So yeah. We know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Oh, there we go. The lobster fell to the ground. That was what I was trying to say. Like when you surprised them. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Alright, now we're getting another scene. This might be voiced though, it'll just be showing in it, that scene. Yeah, I remember we already did this before. Dirty cheat! Check his pockets now! It's gone, the card's gone. You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to White. He hit me. Yes, it is. It is indeed the man himself. The man of many voices and man of many characters. It is me. I have returned from the depths of purgatory to bring another 90-hour game. Because I cannot play games that are short, apparently. I can only play games that take forever and an eternity to play, but at least I can try and do some voices and do some things as well. Victim was already dead. Is that it? Yes, the man of Platinum himself. On another Platinum journey for another game with a Platinum, so... So I couldn't reveal who I really was. Although, how have your streams been going recently? Because I kind of took a break. I took like a week break almost, so I hope that everything's going good for you. Came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, where does this leave us? Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! Must have been me who was hit with a bottle and imagining all of this. Here's our prosecution is at its wit's end, and frankly I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that as the defense in this case, we're compelled to call Miss Orley a big fat liar. We were in that room the night of the murder, the defendant, victim, and her. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a big shift. Yeah, I took a bit of a break because I was trying to set up this game, and it just took me ages to do so, and I kind of just stopped streaming, but luckily my average didn't drop down, so... 2 16-hour shifts back to back. What do you do exactly? Because that's a big, like, that sounds like, oh, you hit 1.5 officially. Nice. Halfway there. Halfway there. It's really good progression. 16-hour, whenever I hear someone say 16-hour shifts, I immediately think game development, like crunch time during game development. Because I remember EA, I think it was EA, when they were making like the FIFA games and stuff, their crunch time, they would do 16-hour shifts. And that sounds, it sounds borderline like unhealthy, but hey, what can you do, right? Here's a motive. Motive? What foiled the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. The denouement of that argument was murder. What? I didn't. I'm no killer. It's a trap. Somebody's trying to frame me. Yeah, I'm at, what am I at? I'm at 2.67? Something like that. I've been pretty much around the time that I had... When I stopped streaming for the week, I was at 2.53, and when I came back, I was at like 2.6 something. So I've been hovering around the 2.6 range. So I'm pretty close. Twitch crashed. I guess it was on your end because I didn't notice the any drops on my end. I guess. Tangled webs would weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright. Such a hasty conclusion. It's unlike you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like my hours dropped to about 70 for the month. Compared to the 100 that was there, and then I guess because I've been able to stay consistent with other viewership, it's gone and thinged up. So I don't know. We're getting close. From this point forward, I'm pretty much going to be consistent. I would say like I should be able to stream more often. At least until we finish the game, anyway. There was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. The one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. 4th person. It's theory again! The 4th person doesn't exist! Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape, no chance for deception. Perfect place to catch the real criminal. Real criminal? We're in luck. Clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Hold on, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Remember what I said? The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? Cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, you can figure out who it was. It's not me, I swear. Who is this 4th person? I don't always get put on the spot like this. Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards were used in the final card were blue? I'm fairly certain they mentioned this. Where did I guess I went a little bit far. Well, it can't be Shardy because he's dead. It can't be Winston, or it can't be Winston because he's the prosecutor. We've already determined that it wasn't Olga who did it because she didn't know, and Phoenix didn't do it because he was already in the. Phoenix didn't do it because he was already in the he was in the card game at the time, and we've already determined that he didn't swap it. So I guess that means the only option we have is that it was you, but I wasn't expecting this. I believe he did mention something about the cards being blue at some point, but I didn't pick up on it until after this was mentioned. I guess we just Alright. So now we want to hear the testimony and then we press on certain statements. So again, I'm going to press on every statement just so we get the extra dialogue, because sometimes there's extra things. Rising ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right. Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the colour of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. Can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or on the table. But look! You can see the colours in this photo. No you can't, because it's the backs of the cards, not the front. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. Yeah, that's right, because this crime scene photo came in later. The first crime scene photo that we had was, yeah. It's true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. It was only that a game, in the purest sense. Competition, Your Honor. Competition? Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. The cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame know its final act. He didn't straight up say it was a blue card. He just said, he mentioned blue flames, so that's what he meant. I get you. I get you now. Well, Christoph, so we're doing this again, where another character that was like a prosecutor or someone that was helping us is one of the, is probably the villain. This seems to be a recurring trend for these games. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right, you aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph. No, even I'd never take a joke this far. Yep, it's gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. It's insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? I assure you, I'm quite sane. What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to be the victim? Or have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mrs. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? There's a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was saying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. Objection! The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Wait, can you... I don't think I can do that. Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? Thank you for the luck, Cupid. Greatly appreciate it. Hope that you're enjoying Persona 5 Royal. Take down the... by the sounds of it, take down the king of the castle. Take down the king. Not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley... I'd like to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this. He is the defense, not you. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Hear the testimony? Yes, of course, because, we need, more evidence, so let's, this was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. I intend to see it through. Yeah, usually whenever it tells you to, push the testimony forward or give some extra evidence, it's always worth doing so, because, otherwise it's like, you're not gonna get to the conclusion at the end. The defense would like to request Mr. Wright testify to the court. To Justice, you would betray me, your teacher. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, this isn't about loyalty, this is about the truth. Very well, the defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Alright, first we hear the testimony, then we have to go through and actually press all the statements. So, appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shaggy Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. We'll have to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Mr. Gavin? You were at the Borscht Polo Club the night of the murder. Talked with him rather frequently. And you talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. Thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. Playing this all along, weren't you, right? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. Only thing I want is the truth. So I did back then, and now. Thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. Appears that I was wrong. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice? Sir? He's lying. You're gonna expose him. Understood, sir. So what's weird is that you're getting two perspectives. It's like, I don't know why they've got like, they're showing two different camera angles, but he should technically be next to us. I guess it does make sense, it's just they're doing a different angle. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright, this can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Yeah, if you've played any Phoenix Wright games, none of the trials are ever normal. They're never normal at all. They're always wacky with over-the-top characters. Like, the first starting case is only the start. We've still got two more games after this to go, and a whole bunch of wacky characters, I think, to expect. So there's 6 statements here, and the one we want to press to progress is the 3rd statement, I believe. Yeah. So we want to press every statement bar the 3rd one to progress the story. Had dinner with Mr. Gavin. Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Polo Club quite frequently. We're enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner. Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Christoph. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left. After that... Yeah, so the one cool thing about this is, like, we have accused Gavin of the murder, but now we have to try and figure out how it all happened, which is always the, like, you get your investigation phases, you get your, you get your investigation phase, you get your, like, this one's just been a pure trial, so you get your introduction, you testimony stuff, and once you start presenting and a lot of information, it starts, picking up, I guess. 5 minutes? So the 2 of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Shady Smith may have met. I believe I did say that. Here I was all nervous about this meeting. Now here they just pass in the hall. It does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be, if it were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? Alright, we want to skip this statement because this one will progress the story. So, I want to push all the... get all the extra information. And also, to, like... Sometimes there's, like, funny banter between the characters, too. When you press, like, an obvious statement. Meant to call the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was in the middle of the night, after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. For making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. we only lose health if we present the wrong option. So pressing statements doesn't lose us health, but presenting stuff will. So that's why I haven't been doing that. Although when you present evidence to certain characters and then when you're talking to them on the outside, when we get to the investigations, that won't. When you return, the victim is already dead. Yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. A little? It's bleeding from his forehead after all. Guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. So, to explain why you called Mr. Gavin. Obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. I figured Kristoff's law officers would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Glad to hear you intended to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. I find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now. Yes, sir. I have to think. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with his testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. Alright, now we'll push the third statement. But this failed trap. It's the same trap that Miss Ollie mentions. Plan was simple. Elegant, really. See, we set up a trap of sorts. To plant a card in Mr. Wright's pocket beforehand. Then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When the hands were revealed, Smith would call him out in search of Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swap the cards. Just like that, legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It's by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Card she planted. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. Threw the card inside the bottle. Empty bottle of grape juice? The murder weapon. Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama. Card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information. Okay, so now you need to present the bottle, I think, but I need to check it as well. Yeah, we need to examine the bottle first, because they did mention that that was there, so let's go to our, we go present, and then we examine the bottle. It should be, we should see the card. So we want to present the bottle on the 5th statement, we want to present it on the statement that he just, mentioned, so, there should be a card. Well, that's what I said. Wait, really? Actually, I already presented the thing, didn't I? Examine the bottle on the back, and then you'll find that, oh, there's nothing. Okay, there's no card there. Because I checked this before, and it's like, there's no card that was here, so he must be lying. So we want to present this on the next statement that he just made, because it's, yeah, there's no card in here. Just right, if I may. Examine the bottle. I don't see any card in here. No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely this isn't all you have to say for yourself? Can't say that I know what happened to the card. Didn't put it in that bottle, however. Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out. Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. Won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle, there was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Push him harder, Justice. Break it. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? Okay, so now I have to present the photo. Now it changes. Now we present the first photo on the fifth statement. And then we're gonna get like a bunch of breaks. So fifth statement, we're gonna present the first crime scene photo.
Objection!
So then we're gonna have a long thing of dialogue, but we can't do anything for right now. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? Take a look at this photograph of the take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. Wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Yeah, that. Oh, right, because of the whole thing. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, could you explain this to the court? I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. You put the hat on the dead man's head? You wore it through our entire poker game. Calling the police, when I returned to the scene, Seb was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why'd you do such a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss Orley didn't see it. It being the victim's, his head. I'd think not, she was that cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. Beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. When I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with Defense Attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Going well? Hang on 1 second. I keep going. Johnny, thank you for the raid. Really appreciate it. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Oh, you were playing back with Wukong. Nice. I really liked that game. Really nice. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. I'm doing another Platinum playthrough of another long game because I can't, for some reason, stop playing long games. So, yeah, more Platinum playthrough stuff. I do a lot of Switch games, speedruns, reaction videos. Getting back to the swing of things, getting close to that affiliate goal at the moment. So, yeah, we're just going to keep going with this. I am trying to do voices. This is kind of taxing, but at the same time, it's really fun to do as well. So, hope everyone's doing well this this afternoon. It's afternoon for me at the moment, so. How was Black Myth Wukong? Hope that you've been enjoying that game. Because I'm really looking forward to playing that at some point. Gentleman have challenged you. Turned it to be good. Turned it to be dead. Someone hit him hard. I mean, someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? Wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. Cops should be here in a minute. Yeah, thank you very much for the raid. Hope that you're doing well. In your hands, should have come to that. Bone China plate. Are you enjoying Black Myth Wukong? Because I've only seen a little bit of it, but the game looks beautiful, and I like the fighting. It looks pretty cool. Kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but I was gonna say pate for some reason. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. Court appreciates the defense discretion is not indicating my forehead. It's fun? That's nice to hear. Yeah, I'm not a big Souls game person, but that game definitely feels like it's something that I would like to play. I'm a big Dragon Ball fan, so I'm probably gonna get a lot of references to that, and also like the idea of Journey to the West is something that's pretty interesting too. Wait a second, something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club. Alright, thanks. No problem, Link. Have a good night. Thank you once again for the raid. It's greatly appreciated. How did he know? When did he see this? Bone China Pate. Oh, that's right. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. When I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So this is your reason. Yeah, now we're getting there. So he knew details about the murder that obviously we had covered up, so we intentionally used... It's one of these weird things. You obviously wouldn't be allowed to do this in a real investigation, but essentially, Phoenix covered up certain details of the night's events with the intention of exposing who the real killer was by having information that was things. So by covering the head with a hat, by doing a few other things, it made him expose his himself in terms of what he was actually doing. So it's again classic like Phoenix, right? You wouldn't be allowed to do this in a real court, but this isn't supposed to be realistic. Reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix, right? Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne? Yes, Your Honor. I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony? Well, as a prosecutor, Very well, we'll break for 10 minutes. After which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. We're all clear on that. Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well, this will be the final recess for the day. Alright, so this is like another... Usually, so with just ones that are trials, you usually have like a trial where... Usually they break down in a certain way. If you've got an investigation segment, it's like you're going around gathering all the evidence, and then you go and do the trial, and then it usually stops for a recess if there's like some sort of breaking development in the case. Sometimes the trials go for multiple days, because of that as well. In this case, we haven't had that, so when there's a recess, it's usually, so the recess has happened here like halfway through when, there was a fourth person. Then now it's happening because we're going to have to rearrange different testimonies and stuff like that, so. April 20th, 2:32 PM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Oh, okay, this is Trucy, I believe. Yeah, this is Trucy. This is supposed to be Apollo's daughter. Not Apollo's daughter, Phoenix's daughter. Hello, sir, please. Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You need a trump card to make it. Trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all? Oh, this one's got an ace. Where do I remember that card from? This ace also has blood on it, which I don't think was on any of the other cards. Does it get added to our court record? No. Okay. Not yet, anyway. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces, and Mr. Wright 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true, I have seen it. The 5th one. There was cheating, I swear to you. Seeing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood? Alright, we're gonna have to check that card out in a second. You have your trump card, and it's up to you to cut the deck and draw. True. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. Yeah, so from what I remember, she's like a magician. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth. Did we get it added to the court record yet? It's still not added to the court record, so I'm guessing we have to wait until we get back in there. Fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. A girl, I'd seen her recently, but where? It's when I made the connection. Yeah, so that's Trucy. I think they said his name was Trucy. Bloody ace added to the court record. Received from a mysterious girl. Could this be the missing 5th ace? April 20th, 2:45 PM, District Court, courtroom number 2? Weren't we in courtroom number 3 before? I guess they, maybe they changed the courtroom position because of, new evidence, perhaps. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? I suppose I should try and give him a new voice, because he's like a defendant now, versus him actually helping us. Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Witness state his name and occupation. Is fast necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith is bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Oh wait, Phoenix is on our side now. Wouldn't call inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright? What do you think you're doing, Wright? Well, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo. Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. Victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh? Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime. The hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up, placed on the victim's head. Actually, I should check the ace because it did get added to the thing, so we can check the details on that. Single drop of blood marks the front of the card. Anything else I have to worry about? Okay, whenever there's no like red tick marker, then we've already investigated it. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, it must be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin? I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. Did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? Alright, read the testimony first, then we press all the statements, of course. Alright, that fateful night, I should say. The rage I sensed in that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. Bald head, unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. Since that it was not the best place for me to be at that time, so I left. It's when the call came from Wright. So you witnessed the murder? Better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. What else could I say? Standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. You had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity, right, Apollo? Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. Can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder, and we're only on the first case. Is all I'll say. I have not played any of these games before, so I've played the Phoenix Wright Trilogy and I've played the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. These three games and the ones that are coming up in early September, the Edgeworth one, Investigation 1 and 2, I haven't played those either, so these are all completely new to me, but again, this is the first case. We've still got 3 more cases in this game, 6 cases in the second game, and 6 cases in the third game, so we have a long, long way to go. Alright, we want to press the 5th statement, and then present the ace. So we'll press everything else first. That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. So then, you knew the true nature of your client's job? Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. See, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see, what happened then? The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. Black marketers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? Didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? Be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything's, he's saying's making sense. Hold it! How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. Just getting to that point, part of my testimony. There he is. Coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand. Some things never change. Afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. Friends like these, who needs enemies? It's the fifth statement we need to press. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. Saw his head when he was dead. Then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? Skip this one, and then we'll do the next two. Hold it! Wouldn't it have been better to wait for the police to arrive? Remember though, by that time I was already Wright's defense attorney. Wouldn't do for me to become part of the investigation. That makes sense. Who does it? I'm confused. But what happened next? It's gonna be a problem for you to cross-examine your own boss. Fine. Who was it that taught me never to pull punches in a cross-examination? It's you, Mr. Gavin. I learned it from watching you. I need to push the seventh statement. And push the fifth one. Where were you when the phone call came? I'd already left the Borscht Bowl Club by that time. The phone he asked me to defend him. Naturally, I was surprised. I accepted, however, couldn't abandon him. So kind of you. So far, everything jives Mr. Wright's testimony, I think. It's going to be a problem for you to cross-examine your own boss. Actually, we already read this one. So now we can do the fifth option. And then we present the ace, I believe. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime. Yes, as far as I saw, at least. And we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? Two reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I could abandon my friend. Objection! Must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah yes, this mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose? Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question, then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? But you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. How can I show you something I can't find myself? Remember Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the fifth ace. Fifth ace, right? Oh, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out the card has been raised. Can you put to a reason? We have evidence. That would be the bloody ace. So the reason you would swap it out is because if you didn't, it would have had blood on it. So that would be the main reason. It's now or never. Defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the fifth ace? We present the bloody ace. Take that! Because it's got the blood on it. Wait, did I actually take damage? I only just noticed this now. My reason is this. Is that an ace? Why? Why, it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade. insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Inconceivable! How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card. It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Porsche Ball Club that night after the murder occurred. Gave it to my daughter. Cards are a stock and trade after all. Objection! No, impossible. Unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. Fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Let me elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? Reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. The moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor. And a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Objection! Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Right? Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence? Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You want to know why the killer would have taken the card from the crime scene? Now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. Objection! This is baseless conjecture. Baseless. Objection! Oh, I assure you it's quite based. It's amazing, really. How a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. Oh, I like that they've tried to make it more like 3D-ish and stuff. This is so in the original games, you were only getting like bird's eye view, like flat things, I guess you would say. When it took place in the hideout, the body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. Before the killer swapped the card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with the scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses. Yeah, we did lose I guess I did lose. Unless that's unless the reason why that's highlighted is because it's a chance I can lose that health. So I think it was the killers in the wrong spot. So we presented the ace. No, it's the victim. Because the victim would be in the wrong spot, yeah. Because, yeah. Take that! Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? Follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Oh look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back. Oh right, yeah, that sending him back in his chair. So if he got the drop of blood, he would have had to have been forward. I think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right. So what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh man. Well, I tried turning the chair around. Okay, so turn the... How do I turn the chair around? It says to recreate the crime scene. I'm guessing I have to just point out the... like that. So we're actually interacting with these scenes now. This is something a little different. Chair was facing the other way? Would have to be. Yeah, that would actually make sense, because then if you got hit in the head, it would fall back and then the cards would thing. So we have to... His chair was facing away from the table. I think that's correct, yeah. Mr. White returned from informing the police. Which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. The diagram once more. We now know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. This creates another significant contradiction. Again? Test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Polo, whose location in this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses. It would have to be the killer because, yeah, it would have to be the killer. So... yeah, it would have to be the killer. Victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense! Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall? In the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? Something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Well, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking in the diagram. There's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. It's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? They'd have to be standing here, because, strike them from the front, they would have to, there's no other way to really, they'd have to be here, because they can't be out in the open, they'd have to be here. Take that! Killer have to be standing, well, here. Get points for flair, but that's about all you get. Thought I was onto something here, too. I only need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know. The moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there? What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. Should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to remove the cupboard. Ah, Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. Do my best. Are we getting another recess, maybe? Let's forge ahead here while we wait. Ah, okay, no, we're waiting for them to finish. Look at the diagram once again, it's been changed. The killer was standing here at the time of the crime. Then this cupboard wasn't there. Which means... Polo, try moving the cupboard. I guess we just go ahead and move the cupboard. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. The time of the murder has to have been as shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. Peter Smith found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Oh, damn. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we know about the crime? I'm assuming that it would have to be the second witness's statement. I think. Yeah, it would have to be the two because this. We've already the witness was already here, and they would have been able to see thing, but it had to be this one because of the movement of the thing. So it would have to be this. This would be Christoph's position.
Take that!
About this cupboard. We're all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. That's right, oh, right, yeah, that's what changes as well, because remember, he said he saw through the window, and if we move the cupboard to that position, you can't see through the window anymore, so that's why that works. That's right, someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. Someone was. Well, the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order! This is a court of law and I will have an order. Look, we just received word from our investigative team at the Bourse Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, turns out there is a secret passage behind it. Okay, so ah, yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. Do you remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it? A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops. Enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. See where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked from the victim's hat. It was only off his head for the few moments between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something. Did I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, a killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with Destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard. Holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Yeah, this is another reason why I think I would like to have it. I guess I understand why they don't voice, but at the same time, it's like, it is Capcom making these games, and it's like, they could... It's like all it was out cold struck by Mr. Smith. This time was soon to come. They could have easily, like, Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cop. They could have easily, like, had some dedicated voice actors for these, but I don't know. Maybe it's also because it was, like, DS and 3DS stuff, but still, like, if they ever make a new one of these games, they should voice them. Leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. And our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. Victor must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. Moved his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the card on the floor. The fact that they were all red. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. Truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne? Yes, Your Honor. Prosecution will continue its investigation. So, Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
He objects the judge. Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. So every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked. A person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. So Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. Not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, this bottle, for instance. Bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes! Fingerprints on the bottle were upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. Court in this case demanded an explanation. I think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. That is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor, see how the corkfish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo, yes. Well, seems awfully concerned about this bottle still, but I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation, just like that. Yeah, just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down, other than to let them trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one? Is there really another? Taking a look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? Be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Gavin said that the court in this case demands an explanation. Don't worry, Justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottom are upside down? I think it has to do with, Olga's photo. Yeah, the reason why they would be on the bottom like that is because you can see when they're pulling out the bottles from the thing, like they would have to grab them for in that way.
Take that!
And then we just have to grab the bottle, and then we're done. Yeah, we're actually done with the first case. It's easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Yes, now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. See, you naturally go to the pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here. Playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. Would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Call that dinner that evening, Christoph. Just drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. Then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. Took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Order! 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 What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney-famed tactic of misdirection. Claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
Wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Bosch Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? Be surprised if any were on that but his. So Gavin probably wouldn't make such an obvious mistake. True. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright. But it will solve this case once and for all. That's some bottle. Oh, okay, this is probably where we have to examine, right? Yeah, now you can see that there's a card. Now you can see that there's a card in there. Alright. There's the 5 of the hearts. Something inside the bottle. Yeah, there's the 5 of hearts. What's this? That card. It can't be. Call that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga Rawley? Yes, our little swindling, Devotchka. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. White lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Smith searched him. The planted card was gone. Trap failed. Wait, this isn't... telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of. Why do you mention this piece of testimony? I had to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. Threw the card inside the bottle. Five of hearts. This is the card. Bottles were swapped. The only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Oh, but the lobster is levitating in the air. Is this where we get the breakdown? Because they've been discovered? Because that's usually, like, one of the best parts. That is all. Yeah, I guess we've finished the case. First case. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Passes like my logic, straight and true. In Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. Glad we could have this little, right? This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? I believe this time, we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. So we didn't really get a big breakdown, to be honest. Like, he was kind of just cool, calm, and collected, very similar to some of the other similar characters that they've had. Didn't even have a connection to the victim, did you? None that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? But I can't shed any more light on the matter. This victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveller. Not profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. First was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, his courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? It's a dark time for our legal system. Twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright, work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yep, there's our not guilty verdict. And then we get the triangles of different coloured confetti for different coloured for confetti, I should say. Court is adjourned. Yep, that's case 1 finished. And then we get like the aftermath. Okay, April 20th, 4:28 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 3. Thanks, Apollo. Came through just like I thought you would. Pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who called him the killer. Couldn't have done it myself. Sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, it's sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness, then. So you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer... Today was full of questions about answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Your daughter, right? That's right, she's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. It's off my neck the night she died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury. You testified, you said that locket was yours. I said no such thing, actually. I merely said it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. Subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then, why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. Still, just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices, after all. Still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Polo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? You mean at the Wright & Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. Can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. Not an attorney anymore. An incident 7 years ago. A legendary trial. And in the middle of it, all was one man. Phoenix Ray. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left it for good. Ever thought about coming back to the courts? Not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed, but not a magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. Just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. Oh, okay, well, they said magician's trick, so I'm assuming that the ace was forged. So how does that work? If that was the falsified evidence, yeah, interesting. We're gonna do the second. I'm just gonna load up the second chapters. Load up the second chapters, like stuff that we need to do. Because this one has an investigation to it, so we'll actually be doing stuff outside of the court for once. And also we have to keep an eye on certain stuff for trophies too. Got this from your daughter, Mr. Ray. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. Fraud? How can you be so sure? I think the only person who could claim it was a fraud. You're the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. The verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do that. Something like that... You call yourself an attorney? Just calling themselves an attorney, Apollo. So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago... None of that matters much now, does it? But did we just, hit him? Yeah, we did. We actually just punched Phoenix. I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address, drop in if you'd like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, take that next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. Yeah, take that is always something that that they always say. It's usually like objection, take that, hold it. I think they're the only voiced stuff that you hear. It's objection, take that, hold it, and I think that's the main 3 voice lines. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. That's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went out unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery of that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law. This is how my story begins. Okay. So, implying that there's gonna be, all of the cases that we're doing going forward are gonna tie back to the end, which seems to be a thing as well. I will make a separate save, just in case we miss some stuff. But I probably shouldn't need to worry about that. Sync up the trophy for getting the first scene complete. So, episode 1 is done. Onwards to episodes. So I made separate saves just in case we made a mistake, but it should still be okay. I didn't do it in my other game thing as well, so we'll continue to the next episode. May as well. Turnabout corner. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. When the wheel stops... These look really, like, obviously these are done for You Died. Obviously these are done for a DS game, but they still look pretty good for that. June 15th, 9:12 AM, Right and Co. Law Officers. Two months have passed since Mr. Gavin's already. Actually, I should check the court record if there's anything, like, new. Nothing new at the moment. First trial and I lost both my mentor and my job. Wait, why did we lose that? That's why. I was going to say, why did we lose our job? And it's like, the reason why is because we worked for Gavin Law Officers, and that doesn't exist anymore, so... Because that doesn't exist, we don't have anywhere to work. I was like, why? For a second, I'm like, why don't we have a job? We still are an attorney. I guess it's just under a law firm. Yeah, I'll admit it, I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Right and Co. Law Officers. This looks so much different to what it was in the other games. Like, in the other games there was not as much stuff, but I guess a lot of the stuff here now is, a lot of the stuff that's in here now is, for the magician, his daughter. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. Oh, you must be here for the interview, right this way. Huh? Hello there, you found the right place. Welcome. It's with this girl. Well now, shall we begin? Begin what? Right, first things first, any special talents? Talents? Yes, well, you must have at least one. Well, I guess. Defending? Defending? An unusual talent, but it'll do. A little jazzing up, of course. Think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Go ahead, show me, defend. Let's give it all you got. Don't back up, don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can't just defend here. First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere. Thanks. Don't be able to be laughing with us. Not at us. Thanks. I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. What? What exactly do you think you came here to do? Defend? No? Excuse me, but do you know where you are? The Right and Co. Law Officers, right? Oh, I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first. Look, what's going on here? Who are you? Came here to meet with the person in charge. Well, you've only made no fewer than 2 mistakes. Mistakes? I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. I should go read the sign out front again. What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you always come to the right place. Trilogy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician. All came flooding back. The trial, that girl. Hello, sir. Please pick a card. That's right, she's my daughter. Trilogy Wright? Yeah, check out our flyer. So, what's your name? Apollo. Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Oh, now we get into the actual, these look a little bit different, these icons. now we actually get into some of the gameplay. So, at this point, I need to be very specific about what I do, because there are missable trophies in this game. So, obviously, talking to her, usually what you do is, usually what you would do is you would talk to, you would exhaust all of the talking segments. So in this case, you would exhaust all the opportunities to talk, but that usually progresses the game. Examine means that I can look around everything that's around the actual law office. Present means that if I've got evidence, I can present it to a character and then they will, like, comment on it. And then move means that we can go to another location. So, you usually want to get certain things done first. So, first thing we want to do is we actually want to examine the plant in the corner. We need to examine the house plant. So this was also a running joke in the other Phoenix Wright games where you would examine the plant and it would give you a trophy. So that's what we want to do. And then we want to talk to her after that. Although we do have a couple other things we can do before then. So if I go examine, this might be, never mind. This gives me a good idea about what to actually look at. So in the other games, you didn't really have this. So this means what we can do is we can look around and just examine stuff. So we'll do that. Well, that fork is floating. No. Why do you have a plate of plastic spaghetti here? That right there is the whole reason I became a magician. Do tell. Saw a plate just like it in a restaurant once. Floating fork looked so real. That's when I knew. Someday I'd make magic more amazing than that spaghetti. There actually is, I did see something. I was watching MasterChef and somebody actually did, a really cool, like, so what they did is they grabbed chopsticks and they wrapped up noodles, and then what they do is they pour, like, oil onto the noodles while they're in the standing position like this, and it keeps the noodles in place, and so you've got, like, the hovering noodles that were cooked in oil, and they essentially keep that shape with the thing in it. It was actually kind of cool to see. It's one of those hula hoop things everyone was crazy about way back when. Really? I had no idea these were that popular. I'm so bad with one myself, actually. I'm still learning. So you can really make someone levitate with that? Show me. I have no idea how. It's just a normal hula hoop, isn't it? Okay, I'm gonna try and exhaust all these things just to see what, because it gives me an indication when I've checked everything out anyway. All sorts of strange paraphernalia sitting on top of the piano. Those are my magic props. Practice, practice, practice. The professional never leaves their weapons far from reach. You can't play the piano with all this junk on it. No one plays here anyway. Neighbors complain. Guess Mr. Wright really can't play. An old sepia-tinted photo of a man in a silk hat. He's my favorite magician. I want to be just like him someday. Sure, nice. Guess it's good to have a role model, even if it's got to be well over 100. How rude. Table doesn't look very sturdy. Never seen one of these. It's a magic table. So, like, you make this teapot disappear. So you might think, but that's not it. Before your very eyes, the contents of the pot change. From Earl Grey to Darjeeling. Kinda hard to see the difference, I think. Okay, so this is the house plant. We need this for a trophy. Don't touch Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie? He's been in this office much longer than I have. Daddy's mentor had a great fondness for Mr. Charlie. He's lived here since Daddy was a rookie attorney. Mr. Charlie? Right. Now I take care of him. All these legal books must be Mr. Wright's leftovers. There's a lot of unrelated books in here too. One Trick a Day, Magic for Idiots. I think a pro magician would aim a bit higher. I think we've examined nearly everything in the room. Strange split box leers at me from the wall. One of those boxes for cutting people in half. That's right. This cabinet is used for an illusion called the zigzag. Seen one on TV. But why is one just sitting here in your office? Oh, it's a little big for me, you see. So I'm using it as furniture. Hats at the top, shirts in the middle, pants down below. I think it's a nice touch, don't you? It's not exactly what I call a welcoming decor. Really? There's another thing? Blue silk hat, just like the one Trucy is wearing. Oh, that's just for show. Don't wear it, please. Lost thought from my mind, honest. Put it there so clients can see and know who I am. I think it says magician like a silk top hat. I think we've done everything. Should be anything else around here that I would need to look at? So we don't need to examine anymore. So everything's been examined. We'll do that each time we come here. We'll do that each time that we like go to a new area. We'll examine what we can see first before we move on to what we're supposed to do. So if I present her the attorney's badge, it'll just give us some dialogue too. We've already seen what this shouldn't change, right? Yeah, this one doesn't change. So if we present her with this, it will give us some dialogue too. I've seen one of those before. That's an attorney's badge. It's just like the one Daddy used to have. Now if I take this badge and do this, and this, see? It's gone. Hey, my badge. What'd you do with my badge? No need to worry. Just look in your pocket. No way, my pocket. Wait a second, there's something in there. To fly for your agency. And here's your badge. You can have it back now. It's the last time I let her touch anything of mine, period. Alright, now we'll talk to her. Just to exhaust the dialogue, so is this really a talent agency? You bet. Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now. 2 people? Does that include you? Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire. Done a lot of stage shows, paid too. I'm a professional, you know. Probably should come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire. Extraordinary. Who's dead, in other words. Didn't you say you couldn't play the piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. Sure, he's, Phoenix Wright's daughter? That's right, after Daddy quit law 7 years ago. Promised I would keep him fed. Some kind of his sugar daddy, get it? Yeah, probably not. You probably shouldn't be saying that. We're in charge of this whole office too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree? 15? How old is Mr. Wright? Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year. Sure there's a good explanation, I hope. Mr. Wright giving up law. It's because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it? You know about that? Not the details. Remember the news, though. It's a big deal. So I hear. Too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance. Daddy, right. That reminds me about Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital. The hospital? Yeah, he's on strict bed rest until he gets better. What? Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. Right, well, I'll be going now, and I'll, give this showbiz gig some thought, okay? Wait, I'll go with you. Okay, June 15th, 9:45 AM, Hickfield Clinic. So this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Hang on 1 second. This character is exactly the same as... It's the same character from... Well, I don't know if it's exactly the same. This character was, This doctor was, in the original game. He was like a really crazy doctor. I do have to... Yeah. So I do have to do a bunch of talking. I should do that after, and then we head back. Mrs. Aya? Yeah, are you the... Actually, I should check the thing for a second. Court record. Trucy Wright, age 15. Future stage mentioned in training. Apparently the daughter of Phineas Wright. Yep. Dr. Hitfield's the name. Good morning, Doctor. Oh, hiya there, Trucy. Cute as ever. Is this Daddy's room? Oh yeah, except he's gone for a morning checkup. We'll be back soon. How are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you'd like examined? Yeah. Doctor, the nurse was looking for you. Wait, isn't the Daddy all the cutest little thing in town? Guess I'll be off then. Later, Trucy. Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. Good morning, didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright. Okay, we have to talk to him and exhaust all the dialogue anyway, so we'll do everything else first. Check around, may as well. Plus, it means if we have to return here for any reason, we then can, we know what we've already clicked on. Because it will remember. A swaying, spiraling stack of DVD cases. Steel Samurai, the Nickel Samurai, the Pink Princess, the Zappy Samurai Electric Bugger. The Zappy Samurai Electric Bugaboo. They're all children's action hero shows. It's good to know keep sending them to me. Like a niece or nephew? Something like that. Quite the collection. This kid's parents must be really generous with their allowance. Funny, Mr. Wright doesn't seem like the type the kids would like. Daddy, you stuck some grape juice in again? Doctor said you weren't supposed to drink that here. Trucy, look at the label. Oh. Deep sea mineral water. That's fine, I guess. Switch the labels. Don't tell Trucy. Oh, he swapped the labels. Also, I think grape juice is meant to be a pun on... Well, not a pun, because these games are... I believe these games are all PG. So, to get around the censors, they don't tell you wine, they tell you grape juice. Instead. What can I say? The man loves his grape juice. Although technically grape juice does exist, but grape juice is essentially wine. This looks like a child's toy piano. Gotta practice. Wouldn't want my fingers to get stiff. Pro always keeps his weapon close at hand. So I play you a tune. No thanks. How unfortunate. So I rarely get a chance to play. Dr. Hickford, age unknown, a suspicious-looking fellow, though he apparently is Mr. Wright's physician. Mr. Wright's bed, it's really messy. Look how messy this is. Just hopeless without me, aren't you, Daddy? Yikes, she's attempting to clean up. Look out. You got me, what can I say? I was raised in a barn. Trying to let word get out of Polo, if you don't mind. Yeah, it might ruin your illustrious career pretending to play the piano. What's that on TV? It looks like some sort of action hero show. Oh, I know that one. That's the Sniffling Samurai. His booger flick attack is a big hit with the grade school crowd. Had no idea you like this kind of stuff, Mr. Wright. Well, what else is there to do when you're stuck in bed? Besides, the episodes would just keep piling up if I don't keep up, you know. Yeah, try not buying them. Now's the only time I get to watch and write up my reports. Your reports? It's a long story, like a lot of things, actually. Nothing else? Okay. What's that? Looks strange and familiar. How could you not recognize an attorney's badge? It's been 7 years. I've forgotten a lot of things. Guess some 7 years are longer than others. Yeah, this is why I examine everything, so you get fun banter and stuff. So what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. You were hit by a car? Oh, we tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air. Only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. You hit a telephone pole with your head, are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. It really is as lucky as they say. You get hit by a car. You get hit by a car, thrown headfirst into a telephone pole, and you only suffer a sprained ankle. That's gotta be some sort of miracle. There's something that, well, just doesn't sit right. Just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big. Not fat, but, you know what I mean. Oh, Trilogy's still a child. Daddy, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. You'll always be Daddy's little baby girl to me, Trilogy. My foot, I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trilogy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician, she's a genius. Aw, Daddy. Soon come to appreciate her talent. Could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. Right talent agency. So why did you contact me? What could the right talent agency possibly want with me? I need to get prickly now. Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. Didn't you come into the office with your own free will anyway? Well, yeah, of course. Help, we're in big trouble here at the office. Big. Thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital. That's right, Daddy. How are you gonna pay this month's rent and the groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. Symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall. Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again. No, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us, Polly. What? Now it's my fault? On that note, how about you come work for us? Got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? Alright, I'll hear what you have to say. Got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker. Now it's time to reel him in. It's official, I'm scared. Our client? Alright, so who's the client? Ah, yes. Here, take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night I left the office just before 9 o'clock. Okay. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint, Eldon Ties. Play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. Oh, this was the opening of the, never mind, this was the opening of the case. The car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. Car sped off in this direction. So good luck. Huh? You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole. Whoa, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry, once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. Not a prosecutor either. Sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke. Oh, Daddy? Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny. Your client should be stopping by at the office any time now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No, I'm going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. Would you look into my accident too, would you? Mark the scene of the tragedy on this map. Okay, so outside of People Park, basically. Straight in front of this park should be easy to find. So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Map adds a court record, shows the area around Mr. White's office. So should be able to check that for any clues. Which I can't. I can only move it like this way. Can I move it left and right? So that should be everything done here. So I think the 4 things. Now we go back to the talent agency and talk again. So this is where we use the move function. June 15th, 10:05 AM, right talent agency. Hey, hey, hey! Why are you planning on making me wait? Ah, good morning. I was gonna say, that guy looks like he's wearing a bowl on his head. Oh there, Trucy doll. Sounds like your pop's had a bit of a rough spot, eh? I'll spell that ends well, I guess. This is our client. Hey, so this is that Polo fella. Yes, the name's Apollo. Look at him here. Arms all crossed like ready to fight. Yes, sir. Don't mean that literally, do you? Boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Polo. Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it. Defense? Your noodle half-cooked? It's too late for defense. The castle's been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen. Noodle? You know Mr. Eldoon from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly? I see what you're doing here. Eldoon is noodle spelled backwards. Okay, game. No nicknames, please, and no, of course I don't know him. You doing these parts? Not really. You know the base noodles in town. Eldoon's Noodles. Whose noodles? My noodles. Help me out here, Trucidol. This is Mr. Guy Eldoon, our client. So, noodle guy, basically. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoon. Anything for you, Trucidol. Yeah, I want to check something real quick, just to make sure that this... Okay, so... I don't need to revisit the crime scenes or the areas that we've already interacted with if I've already seen these tick markers, because unless I see something's physically changed, so we leave that alone. Yeehaw, attaboy. Way to flush him. Old Phoenix used to do that to my pops all the time. Your father? Yep, he'd whip that bad boy out and say, put it in my tab, you know, I'm good for it. Tab at a noodle joint? Sorry, fella, but the only business I'm concerned with is my business. Gotta help me out. Get my business back. Alright, we'll talk to him. Alright, who's this guy? So, you run a noodle stand, Mr. Eldoon. Guy Eldoon's the name. Noodles on my game. Secrets in the soup. Been searching for the perfect soup for 1.5 years. Oh, that's not that long, really. My family's been noodlemen for generations. Got a lot of expectation on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons. It's a pretty old noodle. And fool that I was, I pushed it away. Rebelled against my pops and picked another livelihood. That didn't turn out so well. There's no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy. So it was like destiny that you became what you are. Right, destiny's a word. I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate. Not a mental image I care to linger on. So last year I started my noodle stand. 15th generation of Eldoon's noodles. Eldoon's noodles. Tell me more about Eldoon's noodles. You don't know the genius that are my noodles? Make them so salty, why they're saltier than salt. Now I really don't want to find out. I need to regulate this noodle stand. He frequented my pop stand back during the attorney days too. Yep, him and his assistant. I'm sorry. I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny. Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl right now. What do you mean? It was stolen! My stand! Gone! Stolen? Stolen stand? It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even got complaints. Actually, that's a harmonica, isn't it? Or I guess it is a... Now you're just trying to butter me up. It sounded more like the blues than a whistle. I closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My keep, my castle. Some bum carted it off. Just guessing here. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle balls were in there too. It's the saddest thing I've heard all day. You know it. Anyways, that's the deal. Good luck. Good. Huh? Wait. What exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course, I make it so hot and salty, 2 balls will kill a man. Then I'd really need defense. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. This is where I live. You drop by if you need any info, okay? Okay, it's like not that far away. Get it back today if you can, Polo. I got noodles to make. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents, noodle stand feeds. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo. I have a bad feeling about this. Ah, listen to the latest problem now. Don't be cruel. Lost something last night. That is, something was stolen. Hey, what's this? More feeding and skullduggery? Well, someone stole a pair of my panties. Okay. We're a detective. We're basically a detective at this point. So Guy Eldoon is 46. Proprietor of the noodle stand Eldoon's Noodles. Once stolen stand found. But yeah, Eldoon is noodle spelled backwards, so I noticed that almost immediately. Alright, so now I've got a, but what have we had so far in this case? We've had Phoenix getting hit by a car, flying head first into a television pole, into a telephone pole, and walking away with a sprained ankle. We've had a guy's noodle stand stolen, and now someone has stolen Trucy's panties. And we haven't even started the case. Panties? Trucy's request. Okay. So they were stolen, your my panties, yes. Right, panties. That's a crying shame, that is, Trucy doll. I was alone in the office last night. I hung my panties out the window there to dry. Oh, we saw part of the, yeah, we saw part of, like, we saw clips of, like, the Phoenix accident, we saw a clip of this, we saw a clip of the others. So I guess I gave you a quick flash. When a thief came and took them, my favorite panties. Ran after him. Give those back, I shouted. Wait. Oh, that was certainly brave of you. But I lost him. Let those panties, I know what I'll do. Darn crying shame, yep. Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient. Oh, I'll mark it on your map. We're heading home now. Remember, find my stand or there's an empty bowl in your future, Paulo. Right. You help out Trucidol here too, you hear? Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We had no work yesterday, now we have 3 cases. I guess. Let's see where we stand. Not in a courtroom, that's where. Oh, first item on our list. Phoenix Wright, Daddy's hit and run accident. We have to find the one who hit it. Who's going to pay us for this again? The second item. Mr. Aldoon's request to find his stolen stand. For which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the last request is mine. Find my stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Let's go, Polly. To the streets. Aren't you enthusiastic? How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. Guess we might as well get started. Let's see. Hit and run, a stolen stand. Last but not least, stolen panties. That's it. So I guess now we move to, I guess we have to just move to each area. So, they're saying we have to do it, I guess, in a certain order. It might not matter, so... They said Phoenix's accident... Phoenix's accident first, then the noodle stand robbery, then... looking for Trucy's panties. I think that's what we've got to do. Sorry, there's a lot of talking. And then we got a pan. I'm gonna go to the accident scene first, then. So we've got Hickfield Clinic, accident scene, and scene to the stand theft. So these will go by and change once we get to the, So we'll start at the accident scene. May as well. June 15th, accident scene. So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car. According to the map, this is the place. What a huge mansion. Paulo, there's a nice looking lady over there. Let's question her. Okay. A little curious about... Park over there too. Wait, oh, there's someone actually trying to climb over the fence. Excuse me, can we have a word with you? You want something? Oh, like a husky voice. Whoa, that husky voice, why am I suddenly sweating? It's quite a house you've got there. You must have a lot of money. Money sounds like something my son would call his friends. It's the Kataki family mansion, little girl. You, kid with the head, you want something? Me? No, not a thing. Bye. Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? But the Kataki family. They're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. Wait, are these... Is this supposed to be Yakuza? Are they supposed to be Yakuza? Because, whenever I hear someone say crime syndicate and then they say the Kataki, like a something family, that usually means it's a Yakuza reference. Wouldn't surprise me. If you're going to ask something, ask it. If you're man enough. Right. Yeah, you ready to whip him into shape, man. She know no fear. Plum Kataki. Right to the fourth head of the Kataki family business. Let's call me Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Looks good kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now. Okay, so we've got a... we have a... This is an area where... Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm gonna let the autosave up real quick. Just because I want to, I want to do what I can see here first. I'm not sure how to make this go by faster, the text. I'm not sure how to make text go by faster, so I'll just mash X button. Yeah, so I want to, what I want to do is, I didn't realize at first, because that's a new feature. Usually to move from left to right, you would have to move left to right, you would have to be in the examine mode. I wasn't in examine mode, so I figured, okay, there's something wrong, but it's like, no, you can actually just examine stuff. Okay, I just realized now my, stream crashed for a little bit, the encoding. I don't know why it's doing that every so that's twice it's happened in the last 2 streams, so... Yet, it's weird because it doesn't always happen. Should be okay now. So, I didn't realize that you could move. I saw the arrow, and I didn't realize that you were able to move until I already done it. So, I guess the best way to do this would be examine what's on the screen first, and then do the present and talk and stuff, and then go to the right. That way you don't go too far. So if I click examine, it shouldn't let me go to the right. Okay, so they've changed it. So when you would do examine in the other games, I believe it would allow you to pan to the next area, and then after panning to that area, it would then allow you to think. Here, you have, if you click examine, it only lets you examine what's on the screen at the moment. Wow, what a big house! And the gate is so big. Taki family's pretty big around these parts. Like the fox, so cute. Oh, that's our family crest from the old country. Your family crest? Clever as the fox, and our teeth are sharp. So it's like a motto. Need a crest too, Apollo. Ooh, how about the Scars of Justice or a Lunar Lander? I'll pass, thanks. Wow, what a big house! And the gate is so big. My family's pretty big around these parts. Wait, did I already click that? Somehow. Did I already... I thought there was a... Yeah. There we go. There's paint splashed all over this gate. What a mess. Is this paint knocked over by the car that hit my daddy? That's right. I'm left to clean up the mess. Find whoever did this, bring the scoundrel by, would you? Of course, then you can make them clean up their own mess. You're cute, naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some cleaning. Something I dislike so much is a mess. Wish you could say cool things like that. I'll bet you do. Oh! Off of my teeth weren't chattering so hard. Probably painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? His paints must have been to repaint this wall. That's right, I called in an artist to do the job right. The 3rd so far. The 3rd? First spilled paint all over the entrance here, the 2nd on my kimono. So No, don't tell me. It's better that I don't know. That's all these examined. So Sorry, kid, I got no idea what you're talking about. Okay, so those just repeat, if it's not relevant. Okay, we'll talk to her before we go to the raid. Get some, so the Katakis. Little Plum, it's a really cute name for someone so... Yes? Whoa. What is it, Apollo? How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy? Huh? That seems like a bit of a needless procedure. I'm a lawyer, I live for needless procedures. Oh, little girl, you should know, we're gangsters. Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Trucy, through me, please, I'm begging you here. Oh, ha 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 ha! The bad guys? I like the sound of that. I'm gonna need some warm tea after this. It takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. It's not as easy as they used to be for us bad guys. So you're saying that business is in a slump? Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. Last night's accidents. So there was supposedly a car accident here last night. Last night? Of course, you wouldn't know about it. Sorry to bother you. Wait. Yes? Talking about that man, aren't you? One who flew 30 feet and just walked away? It's my daddy. Should have known. One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man. Capo? Point man? Could you avoid using too much, industry lingo? In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up this mess since morning. Cleaning up this paint? Splattered paint. This paint spilled at the time of the accident. So around 9 last night. What a crashing noise. Found your father drowning in a sea of paint. So he came to his rescue? My husband, the boss, to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint. Turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see. Sure, that dragon is glaring at me. Why are you out here cleaning it up? What do you mean? I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please go through me when you want to. Don't be such a stiff lawyer, boy. Suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yes? We're community-oriented gangsters, you see. Boss likes to give back to the people. How noble of him. I've found myself at the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just the paint on the street to deal with. Public facilities? I wonder if she means that trash can. So that should be everyone talk to for that. Then we want to go to the right and basically like examine. Well, we have a lot of stuff to examine first. Pretty much a lot of the stuff that we have to do is examine, and then we go and do the talking, I guess, when we have the chance. So let's go to the right and see what we're. Also, Plum Kataki, age 42, wife to the 4th Kataki family boss, busy cleaning up paint spilled by her front gate. So I should now be able to move around to the right. Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. But she has a story, you know? There is something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. Alright, I'm going to take a break, and then I will be back in a second to continue with more of this. Because I've been here for a couple of hours, so I will, load up the, thing screen. Hopefully it still works, because I haven't done this in a while, because I haven't been taking many breaks, but, let me just make sure it works before we leave, so, I'll be back in a second. So we want, game muted, mic, desktop audio on and then mic muted. Alright, we're back. Just make sure that everything's working. For some reason that worked actually straight away. I guess I should say it worked straight away, but it worked straight away, but it stopped and then it booted itself back up again, so I don't know why it does that sometimes. So make sure that desktop audio is muted, mic's on, and remote plays back. So. I don't think we have anyone to talk to at the moment, so let's examine like what we can get around here. Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. You know what I think? But they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous. Hey, miss, stay out of the park. Got mad at me. Something happened here, officer? No, move along. Nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play someplace else? We're not kids and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong? Hi, Detective Sky. We're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report. Detective? Hang on 1 second. This character looks familiar. Wasn't there someone named Sky in the previous games? She looks familiar. Why is she wearing a lab coat? I hardly want to comment on how people are dressed. And these kids are? Curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers. Why don't you kids run along and play someplace else? Look, we're not... I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. Want a dose of experimental hydroxy acetylunodose trace? I think that's what it is. Let's try that again. Hydroxy acetylunodose trace. Wait a second. Is it? Hydroxy is a word. And then you've got acetylunodose trace. Is that supposed to be a unodose and trace? I wonder. Come again? What's hydroxy stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Terusu. Try to keep out the riffraff, if you would. Yes, ma'am. How are we gonna get more information like this? Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street? Oh yes, that nice woman. Okay. I gotta say, I really like to know what happened there. Yeah, so no one goes in. She want a face full of hydroxy what's it? No dice. Okay. I think we're gonna ignore, we'll do this next, later, but... People Park. Kind of an odd name for such an empty place. I wonder why it's named that. Hey, there's something written on the gate post. Oh, yeah, it says donated by Big Wins Kataki. I wonder if that's the husband. We don't know who that is yet. We just know Kataki's the name of the woman. I mean, the Kataki family built this park? It's so nice of them to give to the community like that. So get too friendly with them, shall we? Gangster building a park? I'll move for a crime boss. I'm assuming we can't touch the evidence that's here. It's a big park can. A big trash can on the way into the park. I don't know why I keep doing that. I'm reading sentences, and sometimes the words are merging or flipping with each other, and yet I don't think I've ever had that problem before. Guess we could check it out. Detective's life sure is a hard one. No attorney, actually. Huh? Two pieces of garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. They look like those slippers you get at the hospital. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? Side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Someone. Wait, you don't think? I do. This could be from the car that hit Phoenix, right? Wow, and he took it off his mirror. Never knew Daddy was so strong. Only have room put for one of those, though. Which do you want to take? The slippers or the mirror? Is this an actual thing? Does it actually matter? It actually does. You're given a choice of which one to keep. So that's actually interesting. I wonder if that will play into the other parts where it's like you have a choice to choose this as evidence, and if you don't have it, then you have to go back and get something. Because we want the mirror. Mirror slipped a pocket. Turn off the car that hit Mr. Wright was found in front of Kentucky Mansion. Right, I guess we can look at the mirror before we'll look at the mirror beforehand. It's interesting that it still lets me interact with the trash can, though. So that makes me wonder if it actually does matter. Let's check the record. It's got clean off. I wonder what's in there. Don't, there are bare wires hanging out. Let's see. Are you okay? Just a little joke. Don't scare me like that. I mean, I'm pretty certain that you can't be electrocuted by, you would not be, if this is detached from the electrical source, so there's no way that you could get electrocuted via, at least I don't think you'd be able to get electrocuted via this, because it's, there's nothing in there to do that. I mean, don't shock you. Anything else? Is this another thing as well? So what happens if I click on the... There's some paint on the slippers in this trash can. Does this allow you to... Oh, okay, that's what it's for. No, we don't want to swap. So it doesn't let you, you can only take one item at a time. You only let it take one item at a time. So this is where you interact with that, I guess. I don't want to swap right now, no. So I guess if we have to ever come back here for this, we can we know where to put it. It's just weird. This is the first time that this has happened where we've had a choice between what is it called? A choice between which item we can take with us. All right, let's see what's gonna happen with this woman. looks like there's some trouble by the park gate. Smell an incident. Ma'am, there's no entrance to the park. Don't you tell me where I can't go, young fellow. I always walk through this park on my way home. Please get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am. It's quite the determined old lady. Okay, I guess we can't do anything else here. We can only exchange the different items, so I guess we head back. So we want to talk to Plum again to learn about more information, and then move to the next area. So exits, we go back to here. What happens if I present you with this? Can you tell me anything about this mirror? It's probably from the car that knocked that fellow across the street. Right, that makes this a valuable clue. Let me know if you find that car, would you? Splash Kentucky paint, you pay the price. So now we ask you about the park. Can I ask you a question? What happened in the park across the street? Oh yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say. Chicago, huh? Gunfire, someone was killed, strange circumstances too. You're kidding. What a morning. Trouble everywhere, the park, the gates, even our house. Something happened at your house too? Crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it? Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. Private matter? So what happened at your house? Bloomers, last night. Got a bad feeling about this. Me, little plump Kentucky, the victim of a panty snatcher. So it wasn't just my panties that were stolen. Got you too, did they, poor thing? Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. Wasn't you, was it? No, of course not. Mercy. I've heard word that panties have been disappearing lately. The missing panties all have something in common. It's hard to imagine Trucy and Mrs. Kentucky's panties having much in common. Just imagine Mrs. Kentucky's panties. I know, we'll find your bloomers too. Great, show me what you're made of. What have you gotten me into this time, Trucy? Oh, this is the same girl that we saw before. The girl from before. Oh, welcome home, sweetie. Hello, Mother. She's a Kentucky too. Miss? Here, our flyer. The Write Anything Agency? Anything Agency? Yeah, do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office. We'll be waiting. Goodbye. Why didn't you give her our flyer? I don't know, she seemed like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty, she doesn't need our help. Wouldn't be so sure. Okay, that means, I think we've done all that we need for that. So now, now we go to the scene of the crime, the theft, and more talking. June 15th seemed to stand for him. So, what's this place? It's Miss Eldrin's house, silly. Oh, so this is where his stand was stolen from. I can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. Hey! Oh, there's a... Oh, right, this is another area where we have to turn to the right. Or in this case, the left. There's a police car parked over there. You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place, a hospital? There's a sign, Miraculous Clinic. That's where the thief went. The thief? When I searched my panties, he ran into this clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car is here to find my panties. I doubt it. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. There you are, Sonny. Well, did you find anything yet? Oh, no, not yet. The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory bowl gets. Just remember that. This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. Alright, we'll do the same thing we did before. Where we'll examine everything first, and then, do... Well, there are other things I can probably do. Because by examining things first, we can take things with us, which then means I can start giving him different things to talk about. Because if we do examine first, it gives us a chance to have more topics of discussion, and also if we give him, if we find other evidence, we can present stuff to him as well. So just without going to the left. Look, a doggy. Good boy, Salty. Sure the dog has a real name, Trucy. Yep, sure does. Name's Spoon. And it's a she, by the way. Spoon doesn't seem so lively. She didn't get her bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing. Well, let's find that stand soon, for Spoon's sake. Pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles. This house is, well, it's old. It's been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many years now. It's got character, though. Just like my soup. I always thought character was a positive thing. It's quite a sign. I take it that's new as opposed to old. Ah, you like it. Made it myself, I did. I meant to write noodles, but ran out of space. Prior planning prevents poor performance. Like if memory spells a word all by itself and spruces up my image, it does. It does have a certain power of willful denial thing going for it. Looks like the oil drum is connected to that sink over there. You need rainwater to do the dishes. How environmentally conscious. You don't think he uses rainwater to produce noodles to make the broth, do you? I'm sure he finds the best water money he can buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look, that sign over there. Eldoon's only uses water from all natural sources. I think I'll take a rain check on eating here. That's the place right there. That's where I kept my stand, covered all nice and purty with that blue top there. So you use this plastic sheet to cover up your stand at night? I see. You see what? Did you figure out why it was stolen? Well, no, but it does suggest that the thief knew what he or she was looking for. He clearly knew what was under that sheet. So it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatchers, you mean? Not bad, sonny boy. Not bad at all. Is this yours, Mr. Eldon? Hey, there's the heart and soul of Eldon's noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's gonna taste just like noodles. Wow, it does smell like noodles. All my other balls got taken away with my stand. Get it back from me, sonny boy, I'm begging you. Ball adds a court record, custom-made Eldon Noodles bowl decorated with the Eldon's Noodles mascot. It's Eldon Noodles mascot. Mr. Salty, he's so cute. It's not a very endearing mascot, is it? You know, come to think of it, looks a lot like you, Apollo, especially the red parts. Can I help it if I like red? Oh, look, I love these little personal touches. Seems a shame to hide it on the bottom of the bowl. I touched it, the paint flaked off. Just painted it on by hand with warm professional care. But buying the cheapest paint you could find with called professional thrift. Any other things I can look at? There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light. Save the light indeed. Mr. Eldon's house is practically in the dark here. Guess the hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight. Everything's gone wrong since I built this monstrosity. Both need sun or it rots. What's a man to do? I just want my customers to get food poisoning so they turn a pretty profit. Seems like a lot of trouble to go through for an extra few patients. That should be everything. Okay, so he doesn't say anything else. He doesn't say anything else when you do any of these, like, special things, I guess. So we're gonna talk the entire way, and then, that should be enough. Before we go to the left, I believe. So, Eldon's Noodles. So you stand, Eldon's Noodles, was it? Alright, passed out from father to son. I stand seen its share of salt. Salt runs in the family, you might say. But high blood pressure does it too. So you stand, Eldon's Noodles was stolen. Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. Lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crushed stew pot, my stained sign. Didn't just lose a stand, I lost a legend. No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo. Isn't it about time you bought a new one anyway? Stolen stand. Any other more details you could give me about the stand? You bet, sonny boy. It happened last night. The woman I whistled like always, crying the town I was. The smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty. Got home, well, like before 10 PM, I reckon. I was aiming for that late night market. Washed my balls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease. Then I went inside. When did you notice it had been stolen? Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early. Do many people eat noodles for breakfast? I guess they would, actually. If I think about it, like, in certain cultures, noodles might actually be like an anytime food. Washed up on the salty shores of ruination. That stand had my whole life in it. Nah, my whole being. Took everything? All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams. At least I left one bowl. Look, there on the ground. If you don't find that stone today, I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl. My last bowl. Please, I'm under enough pressure as it is. The garage? That's it. That's where the thief who snatched my panties ran to. It's a crying shame, that is. If I have to steal, make it my loincloth. Not some pretty girl's panties. Garage, right? You don't think the thief lives here, do you? Wouldn't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor. Do I detect a little animosity here? Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly. That should be everything, actually, I think. Let me check real quick. We've talked to him, we examined the bowl, and then, yeah, pan left to examine all the stuff there. And then go back and talk to him, and then do a couple of other things. I'll be back, like, really quickly. Now we go left. We do all the examination here. Then I gotta go back, talk to him. And then we go into the clinic. Looks like they have a special offer going on. 3 shots for the price of 1. Ooh, now's our chance, Apollo. Chance for what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty business-minded. So I'm not sure if I have to click on the actual... I think you can just, oh, I sure is sparkly. The Rectus Clinic, huh? Looks more like a hospital, casino parlor than a hospital. They must be quite profitable. Funny, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today. Yeah, for a second I thought I was gonna have to click on it, extra. I don't understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders. Sorry, miss. No going to the clinic today. Did something happen? Oh no, nothing to see here. Move along. To find someplace else to play doctor. Do we look like the right age to be playing doctor? We need a little more info on this miraculous clinic. How's Mr. Eldoon? He's a neighbor after all. Let's check out the garage. What the beef you stole my panties are still in there. Alright, we'll go and talk to him, may as well, because they mentioned it. Do you think something happened next door? It's a police car out front. They gave someone food poisoning, I bet. If anyone's at risk of getting food poisoning. The police car got here this morning, actually. Asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me the neighbor. Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. It's just a matter of time before he got what was coming to him. Wrong crowd. Never you mind about that. Alright, now we can leave. I think we moved to the clinic? Miraculous Clinic Garage. Let's go and do that. Okay, June 15th, Miraculous Clinic Garage. This is the place. This is where that panty snatcher ran. You sure? Maybe. Let's look for clues. Clues? To a panty snatching? Clues like a pair of panties. Trucy. Just try not saying panties so many times. Oh, we can only examine here. I suppose we may as well just examine the entire, like, section. Anything specific that I have to actually, like, examine? There is one thing that we have to do for a trophy. The step ladder, I should say. Well, we have to examine everything in this room, and then, yeah, examine everything in the room, and then we have to head back to the clinic. And we want to examine the step ladder. Well, because there's a trophy for hearing all the ladder versus step ladder arguments. So we'll just examine everything that we can in here. There's the car that had the broken tail light. So, not tail light, the broken mirror. Someone's there. Oh, it's just a gold-painted human skeleton. Just a human skeleton and painted gold. Some mannequin hand waving at us from behind, from the box behind the skeleton. This place just screams hospital storage, don't you think? It screams something, that's for sure. Look, it's a folding ladder. Holy, that's called a step ladder, come on. A step ladder? How is it different from a regular ladder, though? It's a much more complex piece of machinery. It's like two ladders stuck together. So you admit that basically it's a ladder, right? Wait, huh? You have to look past the form and the essence of the thing. Can we talk about something else? Yeah, so in the other games as well, there was always in the original trilogy, it was ladders versus step ladders. In the Ace Attorney Chronicles games, it was, I believe, shovel versus spade was the argument. Hey, kitty cat. Hey, kitty, kitty, kitty. Coming down. You look kind of suspicious, you have to admit. It's okay, kitty cat. His hair won't hurt you. It's okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear in her hat. Oh, there's actual cat, like, up the top on the thing here. Something about this car. Let's take a closer look. Oh, there's something in the tailpipe as well. And there's a thing under the car. And so I guess we have to examine the entire car. For the mirror, this, and then the... thing. Hey, look at that! Mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. Don't keep any clue from me, are you, Polly? Clue, let's see. Oh, right, we have to show her the evidence. I think I do have just the clue you've got in mind. We want to show her the mirror.
Take that!
My clue is this. Whoa, it's the same color and size and everything. Perfect match. Guess we could check it out. A few pieces of garbage with paint on them. But this Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone. Well, it looks like we've just got solved the case. It's the car that hit Daddy last night. Sitting right in front of us, yep. Wait, you put the problem professional, Apollo. Gee, thanks, Trucy. Okay, that solves that problem. I'm not seeing anything else on the car, so it'll probably just be these two things. Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. Should bring it to him later. Cell phone added to the court record, found in the Maractus Clinic garage beneath the car. Who could have dropped it? Can I examine that? This cute little watch strap, I want one. It's kind of odd, though. What is? I mean, if you want to know the time, you could just look at the phone itself. Hey, you're right. Sharp, Apollo. Thanks. Finally, some respect. So what does that tell you? Well, the owner of this phone doesn't think through the details, for one. They did drop their phone, after all. Kind of figured they were a little spacey already. Good point. Anything else suspicious? Nope. What is in the tailpipe? Reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. Apparently there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. The piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue in solving the case. Wow. Remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car? I always check the tailpipe. Everyone's gotta have a hobby, I guess. Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey, there's something in here. What? Wait a second. Are these your... My panties! What already? Wow, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing. No, really, don't mention it. No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. I just have a nose for finding girls' panties. What are those? My little panties, of course. They come home to Mama. I can't wait to use them. You're going to put them on now? Watch closely now. See, nothing in the panties. Ta-da! Well, where did that come from? How did that ball get in your panties? My panties are an extra dimensional space. Anything can fit in there. They're my magic panties. It's one of my best tricks. Magic panties. I love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly. You mean those panties are a prop? You could have told me a little sooner. Trucy's panties put discreetly away in Trucy's pocket. Prop for performing magic found in exhaust pipe of a car at the Maractus Clinic. Okay. Oh, that's one case closed at least. What are you saying? Actually, we can check, there might be, like, extra clues on these if we have to, like, examine them in some way. Just the boat? Something the matter? I'm just wondering if there was, like, a switch on these. Of course not. Mysterious. Do you want to know the secret of my panties? No, no thanks. He uses magic panties in the stage show anyway. Yeah, no extra clues on these. Still to catch the sly devil that ran off with the tool of my trade. Oh, right. Apollo. What is it? Now we've solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. I'll mope if we leave him alone too long, knowing him. Doesn't seem the type to mope, though. This is hardly a case worth reporting. So I think now we head back to Phoenix's. We head back to Phoenix. Yeah, we head back to Phoenix, talk with him, and then back to the agency again. Because I've already examined everything that was here. You can present other things to him now too, I guess. He's just saying the same thing. So maybe I shouldn't prevent. I thought I was. I guess in general, presenting stuff to them isn't gonna really give them anything different. So we want to go back to, wait, why is it? That was in, it wouldn't show me the Hickfield. I guess you can't go there unless you, I was gonna say, I guess you can't go back there until... It's weird, because it was mentioning about, like, oh, it mentioned specifically to move to the Hickfield Clinic via the talent agency, that's right. So I guess while I'm here, I may as well just do what's here too. Oh, I know. What's your magic trick? Well, you've come to the right girl. Does that make that evidence disappear forever? Oh, no, don't. Sorry, my bad. I'm assuming she's gonna make everything of evidence disappear, right? Okay, that's her. Her gimmick is that she wants to just make stuff disappear. I'm not gonna... I think once I've done one examination of something, I'm just going to not talk to them with anything else, because it's just gonna take way too long. Anyway, panty censure. What, you want to see them again? Well, if you must. No, I'm fine, really. Just put them away, shall we? Case closed. What are you talking about? Case isn't closed until we have our feet. Just find him on the side while we work on the other cases. If it were that easy, we wouldn't need the police. If we don't need the police, then we don't need defense attorneys either, right? Fine, I'll look for your panty stanchion. Any leads? Oh, do we have any leads? One moment. Alakazam. Alakazing. Well, where did all this evidence come from? So what happens next? That's it. Pretty neat, huh? Yeah, neat. Okay, now we go back to the agency. Field... It's just weird that it asks you to go back that way. June 15th, Field Clinic. Yo, how goes it? Daddy, how you feel? Not bad, Tracy, not bad. It's good to have you youngins on the case. Let's all Daddy-o get some well-deserved R&R. The elderly need their rest. Isn't he only 33? I've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable. Tell me what you find out if you want to. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. I don't think there's any point in me presenting the other options to him, so we'll just talk. Progress report. Well, I certainly didn't expect you to be back this early. Oh, it's amazing. Found my panties so quick. Almost like he was the one who stole them. You have an interesting concept of praise. And? Did you find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently it's a doctor from the Maractus Clinic. Maractus, eh? Heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, police car was parked outside the clinic. Maybe something happened. What is this Maractus Clinic, anyway? Well, I've heard of the rumors. The clinic's been making good money. In a bad way. Bad? Ties to organized crime. The Kentucky family. The Kentucky family? He did that on purpose. Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, see? They use the Maractus Clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. People park. Looked like something had happened in that park. Body was found near it in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead? It's not our concern in any case. Right, let's ignore that and find that noodle stand. What have happened to professional courtesy? Thanks, really. Get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Maractus place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action would do me some good. Just wondering when I get paid. You solved the case of your accident and found a missing article of clothing. My panties! That leaves the noodle stand. Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. Be happy to help with anything not involving money. Goodbye, quid pro quo, hello pro bono. Right, back to the office to plan our next move. Yeah, I think we're going back to the office, and then we have to like talk to a few people again, and then we're done. Then we move to the mansion again. Back to the agency. Okay, June 15th, write anything agency. Oh, it's you. You're the woman from the Kentucky place. Yes. I knew it. Something's the matter and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please. Thank you. My name is Alita Tiala. I have a request. I mean, what happens if I present something to you? An attorney's badge, so you really are a defense attorney. Please, I'm counting on you. Need your help. Try to understand. I'm sorry. Okay, so... Are you sorry, really? Okay, so, just talk to him. So, your request? Let me guess. Something's been stolen. A flyer. says now defending, so I thought. You mean... You want me to defend you? Me? Maybe you can tell us what happened. Were you hit by a car? Did somebody steal your stand or your panties? No. The client, actually. Client would be my... well, my fiancé, I suppose you'd call him. Fiancé? What happened to him, then? He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder. Murder? You heard about what happened at the park? Tiala's story. I also just realized now her name is Alita Tiala, and that's like an anagram of her name. So what's your story? You frequent the Kentucky Mansion, yes? You're a member of their, organization? No, not yet. Not yet? You see, I'm to be married next month. The boss's son. Boss's son? So he's a gangster? Yes, but the Kentuckys are your locally responsible gangsters. Thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good gangster life. I think you're onto something. Mrs. Kentucky, I like the sound of that. I'm not sure your daddy would care much for that. Murder in the park. What happened? I haven't been told all the details. But I do know a body was found in the park, in the Kentucky Mansion. There were a lot of police cars there. Apparently the victim was shot with a pistol, but I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual. And your fiancé was arrested for this? What sort of person is your fiancé? Your fiancé? I'd say he's the Kentucky family's only son, correct? His name's Waki Kentucky. Oh, is that that sounds, yeah, that sounds like a pun too. Waki, if I say Waki Kentucky, that sounds like we're trying to say walkie-talkie. What a photo. Well, that's quite the photo. I know. Oh, he can be powerful and menacing, but so cute. If he's the boss's only son. Yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday. So I am the boss already of this agency. Please help my Waki, please. Right, my first solid defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove his innocence. Prepared a letter of request. No, you need those. Letter of request added court record. Letter of request from Alita Tiala for the legal defense of her fiance Waki Kentucky. So that should give us like a... Why does this envelope say hit request? It's a bit of lingo, like calling a hit or a hit man. Oh, you mean gangster talk? So does hit mean to defend in gangsterese? Well, hit man. Certainly hope not. Something tells me she used the wrong envelope. Gangster knees. Oh. Okay. I think that's all the information. Oh, not yet anyway. Yeah, that's all the information we need for that. Now we need... Go back to the Kentucky Mansion. And... then we have, yeah, then it's like a talking section. Alright, so now we can leave, back to the park. So we have the letter of request now. Oh, also the detention center is now available, so that's, that means that they've got someone in custody already, I think. So we want to go back to the Kentucky Mansion. It's a motorcycle there now. This is it, my first murder crime scene. Ah, it's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play? We're not playing. We're investigating. Aren't we, Apollo? Sir, I have a letter of request here. Letter of... Huh? Why does it say hit request on it? Mr. Yellow must have used the Kitaki stationery. Excuse me, coming through. Oh, it's you, Mr. Gavin. Who's this guy? I'll say I'm used to being inspected by the ladies. This is the first time I felt this way with a man. Mr. Gavin? Oh, they, Are they, related? Because they even have the same... I just realized this now, that they have the same hairstyle and the same, so this might be his son? Also, I guess this guy's German, so I should try and do a German accent without trying to sound too silly, like... Okay, I've got to now do a German accent for this guy. How do I do a German accent? This is so hard, to try and figure out, like, I can visualize an accent, but I can't actually do it, is the issue, I'll throw a line. What is a sweet morsel like you're doing in such a dismal place? Can I help? That doesn't sound very good. Maybe I should just try and do, like, Siegfried. Is Siegfried German? I think he is. I think Siegfried from, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, I'm pretty certain he's German. Schroeder is a German name. Yeah, I guess I should just do a voice like that, because that's at least one German voice that I can do. Like, Ride the Valkyrie. And Kaiber. I remember him saying, like, Kaiber and stuff. The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. Give him a letter of request. You must be exhausted standing out here. We'll take you to the scene of the crime. By your leave, officer. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Aha, very well. This way, Fräulein. Hey, what about me? Ah, okay, there's a... June 15, People Park. On that note, enjoy your investigation. Thank you. We'll see you again? As the wind, Fräulein. I'll be riding on it. Who is that? Oh, look, a corpse! What? Hey, it's just a mannequin. Wow, it sure got me. Can I ask exactly what it is you're doing here? Got so many different characters we don't know yet. Alita Tiala, age 21, woman who requested that I defend her case. Detective in a white lab coat, apparently in an extremely touchy mood. Waki Kitaki, age 19, the defendant, heir to the Kitaki family empire and Alita Tiala's fiance. And then spitting image of Mr. Gavin, blew in like the wind and left like the wind. Yeah, when he's saying Fräulein and stuff, that's that's German. Oh, it's you. How do you kids get in here? Oh, this guy? Well, it was more like a prince, or, prince really. He let us in. Him again? That glamorous flop. No, that glamorous fop. Always getting in my way. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me, we have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? I recognize the handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says this was written by Alida Tiala. Thanks. Took you 30 minutes to figure that out. So what's up with this mannequin here? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. Body was pulling the stand? So you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Sky, I'm in charge of this crime scene. Doesn't seem that happy about it. Doesn't seem that happy about many things. Trust you know how to stay out of the way. Always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. I guess we just... It's weird because I'm looking at all the stuff here and just says to talk to her and she complains about stuff, but it's like, I'm guessing we can't do much to examine here, but we may as well just see what we can do first. See what's around. Hey, they're not messing with the crime scene. We need to investigate. Investigations will be carried out by professionals, scientifically. Not gonna let us check out the crime scene issue. Hey, Apollo. Very unscientific analysis tells me something here is very suspicious. I think I know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. Better check out what we came here to find, at least. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of it she's gonna let us examine, because a lot of the stuff is appearing already as like this isn't. We can't examine this because it's part of the crime scene. We can examine the cart, but nothing more. Hey, they don't mess up with the crime scene. We need to investigate. Hello, look! At stand. This is Aldoon. I've noticed. Well, we've solved the case of the missing stand at least. But the circumstances could stand to be better. Yeah, I guess we can't do anything with, I guess we're not able to do anything with, this until after we've already, completed, We're not able to do anything with this until after we've already completed the, what is it called? Wait, I have to get permission, I guess. Spare a moment to take a look at this. I see that I'm extremely busy. Eating snacks, yes. Who's eating snacks, I'd say? It's going nowhere fast. Okay, talk to her. The case. Detective Sky. Quiet, please. It's snack time. We're not making much progress here. She must not be very busy. I seem to get a lucky break. Look, after 9 years, and they won't give me the position I requested. Then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. He? Who's he? An ex-defense attorney? Your story. Detective Sky. Quiet, please. Oh, is she just gonna keep asking for snack time? I mean, we'll go through and ask her everything just in case it changes, but... Not making much progress here. Must not be very busy. Okay, so I guess you're saying the same thing each time, but I'll, yeah, okay, so nothing's gonna... Okay, she doesn't want to help us. All this stuff is the same. Alright, I guess now we move away, because we can't investigate the scene, we can't talk to her any further. So we go back to the clinic, and then talk again. I don't like that you can't just go to any position that you've got to... You can't just go to any position that you want, you have to actually, you can't just teleport to the area, you gotta go back out through several other areas. I don't know why they changed it to be that. Also, Plumber's not here anymore. Ah, you're back. Run into some problems? Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something? Who? Me? No, I'm fine. Really. What's this? Is there a problem? No, no problem. Actually, I got a defense request. Defense request? That is a problem. Give up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was for me? Oh right, you're a lawyer, aren't you? It's doing that on purpose. I know it. Okay, murder? So what about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Aldune's noodle stand at the scene of the crime. Did you now? That's unusual indeed. I've heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was? Why detective lady won't let us on the scene? What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway? A lab coat? I didn't think she'd be involved with this. You know her? You could say that. Yeah, I'm fairly certain there was two characters, Emma and someone Sky in the original game. I seem to remember them. So you know her, don't you? Murder on her case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That would make her about the same age as me. It's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Wait, maybe you know that other guy too. That other guy? That shining prince on the motorcycle. Prince? Mysterious prince. Paula, tell me about this Prince of Truces. George, a concerned father. He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? You know him? He's Christoph Gavin's younger brother. His brother? We're acquaintances after a fashion. Clavier Gavin. Rock and roll God incarnate. Clavier? What a lovely name, so dreamy. Didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. What was he doing out there? I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. And what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park? Yeah, the detective one won't let us. Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective. White powder? Oh, but it's not what I think it is. Just take it to her. It'll be fine, you see. Oh, and tell her I said hi. I guess we're gonna go give her some white powder? That, sounds interesting. I don't think it's the kind of white powder that we are, thinking of, but, I guess we'll go and do that. So that gets all that done for the thing. We'll then go to the... You go to the thing, give the white grab the white powder and go back to People Park. And give her the white powder and then she'll, basically allow us to do whatever we need to do there. Oh, so we have to talk to her first though, I think. So, back to the right agency. Grab that white powder that we're looking for. I don't remember where they said it was. So this must be the silk-top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Take a closer look. Huh? Whoa. You know what this is, Trucy? I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. It's got a it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me. It's getting more and more suspicious. White powder placed gingerly into pocket. Mysterious white powder with the alleged ability to improve the guy's mood. I believe that looks like it's, that's probably like fingerprint powder or something like that. Just seeing that, actual, like, utensil or whatever you would call it. Let's go talk to that detective. You should know what that white powder means. What that white powder is. Off we go. Actually, I'm trying to remember when it comes to the examinations. I was like, I've got to remember to exit out of the area. I've got to, like, when you're in the examine, you're in the thing, and then you have to back out before you can go to the next place. So back to here, back to the park, and then, so we still haven't got to the detention center yet. Present you with this. Does this ring any bells? Is that? It couldn't. Where'd you get that? Order from the office. You work at the Right and Code law offices? Yes? Yeah, sort of. Detective Sky, how do you know my daddy? Daddy? I'm sorry. Who did you say you were? Trucy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter. Mr. Wright has a daughter? You seem shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Thanks. You can start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints? Guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories. If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know. Or dust for prints. Oh, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. I guess this means she's opened herself up to us, so we should be able to just talk to her whenever. So, because we had to investigate the scene first, it's probably better to talk. Talk to her first, and then go and get the information. I think that might be the best way to go. Because now it's updated, so... What came in late last night? The body was found as much as you see it now. But there was a real body. Why? Why was a body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, we'd still be here. Oh, what was the cause of death? Well, I went to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. A pistol? The easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Paul... I was gonna say Paul. Pal Maractus. Okay, I see what they're doing here too. And it even still does sound like it. Pal Maractus. It sounds like malpractice. It sounds like malpractice. Let's see the autopsy report, in fact. Maractus' autopsy report added to the court record. Time of death, June 14, after 10 PM. Cause of death, single bullet to the right temple. And really, what's up with this case? So if I examine this, it should, like, give me, you can examine this, too. It reads fingerprint powder in some strange language. I don't even know for sure. Or if this really is a jar for something else, like jam or honey. Why would anyone go through the trouble? Well, so the police don't find out, that's fine. I don't think possessing fingerprint powder is a crime. Yes, it's boring. So, victim's name, Pelmoractus, age 46, male. Estimated time of death, June 14, between 10:15 p.m. and 10:45 p.m. Cause of death, damage to brain resulting from bullet wound. Points of interest, entry point, right temple. Made me want to run off, pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me. Not so mysterious, actually. Should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. Likely story. Come here to play games, you know. So, would you know where the noodle stand came from? Noodle stand's owner is, yeah.
Take that!
Who's the old guy? The proprietor of Eldoon's Noodles, Mr. Eldoon himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad. I guess, Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. Saved me a lot of work. Thanks. Noodle stand adds to the court record. Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand victim died. What sort of person was the victim anyway? Does that mean I can examine it? Yes, Apollo. Mr. Eldoon spelled his name backwards on this site. And it says noodle. As in Eldoon's Noodles. Oh, I get it. So the name of his store is the same whether you read it forwards or backwards. Yeah, I guess it would be. Well, except for the last S. How about a store called Team Meat? Close, but that would be Tayem Mayet. Backwards. So what kind of store is that? Why, a store that sells meat. It's not meat unless it's team meat. Anything like on top of here that I could like examine? Nothing on like, the bottom of the stall. Nothing in the. Is there anything else? Maybe what did he do? He was a doctor. Doctor, I'm starting to see a connection here. Who, me? I'm just supervisor for this crime scene. Detective Sky, was out of the country for a while. Came back to be a forensic scientist. You're studying abroad? Something like that. Studying in Europe. Forensic sciences, mind you. When I got back here, they threw me in criminal affairs, just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensic expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. Really? I had no idea. She's been out of the country for a while. Probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current, state of affairs. Tell us a bit about the defendant. He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yes? Waki Kitaki? I don't know if he's in the son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around. Violently. In the detention center. I see. Why was he arrested in the first place? You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his by any chance. Actually, yes I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. Witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. Tell us a bit more about the victim. Well, let's see. Apparently it's a physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off too, from the sound of it. His name is the Maractus Clinic. Maybe that's why the car was parked there. What? You've been to the clinic? Yeah, that one a related issue. Told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. I see. So that means Thought the miraculous stole the stand and pulled it all the way here? That would seem to be the case. But why? Don't ask me. Okay, so now I think we can go and examine all the evidence. And I think we can check out a lot of stuff here. So, trash can, then the knife in the ground. Trash can, knife in the ground, and then we do the fingerprint stuff, and then we finally go to the detention center. So just ignore the trash can and the knife at the start. Adventures line the river running through the park. Ah, a little urban oasis. The children come here to splash around in the water. The river's a little deep for splashing, and a little dirty. Well, they could listen to the water and pretend they were playing. So there's the knife, and then the trash can's here. So let's just see if there's anything else that can be... 2 tiles are being placed on the ground around the stand. Well, I bet the victim was going to have a picnic here. Guess he could have eaten all the noodles he wanted. Don't touch those. Those are preserving the crime scene. Oh, I guess the police put those tarps here after all. This is Mr. Eldon's noodle stand, obviously. It does say Eldon in big letters, doesn't it? That mark on this paper lantern there looks familiar. It's gonna be a little weird telling you. What with the corpse and all. Anyway, that wraps up 3 of our cases. That's right, congratulations, Paula. And leaves us with 1 case that's worse than all 3 put together. Murder. See anything else? This man gets dressed up to look like a police officer. I've seen one at the station. Mannequin in place of a body. Body of the victim has already been removed. You think the victim was the noodle stand thief? Or you think someone killed him because he stole it? Yeah, taking care of business. Little Plum Kentucky style. Try not to sound too eager about that, please. So we want to ignore the knife first. We go to the trash can. Do the trash can first. There's got to be a good clue or 2 around here. You and your trash cans. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Please, can't you see I'm doing my... Huh? Look, another pair of underwear. Well, they did say that there was 2 people, remember? Trucy's got stolen, and then Plum's also got stolen. Wow, Apollo, you're a genius at finding panties. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't... They're not mine. But these have been stolen too. Bloom is added to the court record, found in a trash can at People Park. Distinctive bloomers, to say the least. I'm assuming that they have to be, what's his name's? What's her name? Plums. Yeah, they're definitely hers. I'm sure have a distinct design. So they know who they belong to at a glance. That way she doesn't have to write a name on them. Genius. I think writing your name would be easier than drawing a plum blossom. Okay, now the knife. It's a knife. Should to be precise. Ooh, lingo. Defendant Rocky Kitaki is the son of known gangsters. Police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Look at this. There's a handprint on this shit. A handprint? Then there might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate. Okay. So we got the knife. So now it's a shit found at the crime scene. Alright, guess we're getting into the tutorial. So one thing to remember in this is all of these segments where we use forensic tools for one thing or another, they are also related to it. There's a trophy that we get for doing... There's a trophy that we get for, what is it? There's a trophy that we can get for using all of the forensic tools. In the game. So, this would be, I think, the first one. So they didn't go through all the trophies, because most of the stuff is just, hey, complete all the episodes, and then do a few, like, other things. I didn't want to do any spoiler stuff, so I just figured let's just, first choose the fingerprint you want to examine. Choose a fingerprint. Close at the handle. See, there's more than one fingerprint there. There's black spots. That's right. Pick the one you want to analyze. I guess it doesn't matter. Like, we have to just pick one. Right, let's get detected. Gosh, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminium powder over the print. Press of X like this, see? Oil left by the print absorbs the aluminium powder, so you just dust it on. And blow it off. But blow? It's like whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you? Just use triangle and... So, obviously in this case, it's different because there's no controls like that, but if you were playing on the DS and 3DS versions, there is a microphone on those, so you would blow into the microphone and it will get rid of the dust. That's why, like, Cooking Mama and that allowed you to do all of that. It's like magic. Isn't it, though? Alright, let's give it a shot. Incidentally, it's important you cover the entire fingerprint with the powder. Where's the... Where's the thing I'm supposed to be... I don't know where the, fingerprint is supposed to be. It's not showing up on my screen. Oh. Okay, I didn't even realize that it was like a... So it was like a big fingerprint. I didn't even notice that until I thought it already... Is that good enough or not? Like... Okay, now that I know where it is, I'll just make sure it's covered. Okay, I get the idea now. I didn't realize it was just in the middle of the screen. Do I have to keep dusting this? Like, I've got the... There we go. It took a little bit longer than normal. Good. Clear. Quite impressive. Next, to match the print, police office has samples so you can tell whose finger this belongs to. Doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print. Yeah. Okay, so now they're gonna go looking for it. Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. Probably have a good idea whose knife this is already. Okay, so now we're actually getting a chance to see these characters that are around. So there is Paul Maractus, or Pal Maractus, that's the person that died. I'm guessing that it has to be... Yeah, I was gonna say it has to be his knife, because of, Okay, this is nice. So even if I select one person, it shows me every single person's, fingerprint. There's so many different fingerprints that are around. Like, I think no fingerprint in the world is the same. So, obviously, it is Walkie's fingerprint. So I think when it comes to fingerprints, I look at certain distinctive qualities, like, you can have two fingerprints that are very, very similar, but their differences are where you notice the... You can have fingerprints that look very similar, but then they look at certain points. Like, obviously some are more obvious than others, where if it's like two completely different ones, you know that there's no match. But if there was a close match, then they think. So the fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Yes, isn't it amazing? Ah, the power of science. It's my life. Polo, she's sparkling. And I'm dimming. Look sharp, spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly. Trial hasn't even started and I'm already losing. Knife added to the court record, also known as a shiv, found at the crime scene bearing Woki's prints. So, have you met the defendant? No. Seeing as we're almost over at the detention center, might think about wrapping up here and heading over. Good idea. Don't know what good it'll do. We have a witness and a knife of prints. I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this. Don't worry, it's like a right tradition. Some traditions I can live without. That's it, right? Yeah, I think that's it. We're done. So now we just go to the detention center and we can't really do anything else. And then that's pretty much it. So you go to the trial. Just load up the that's. Might also turn the light on too. Hang on one second, I got, like, really, at the same exact time I got, at the same time I got two different, live view, what's the same things, yeah, we're just gonna ban them immediately. Give me a second. Ban you. Don't want any of this in my chat, and we don't want anything in this in my chat either. So there goes my theory of thinking, oh, I have to be a certain amount of views to be able to, certain amount of views to have those bots come in, because, yeah, I just banned, message deleted, banned them. Okay, there is definitely something. No, maybe there is. Maybe it's because I clicked it twice. I thought there was something wrong. I'm gonna turn the light on real quick, just because it is starting to remove the glare and stuff. Alright, we're gonna go to the detention center, and then we can start the next trial. So, we should, the good thing is that the game will never allow you to, how do I put it? The game will never allow you to progress so far to a point where you can't, like, it's impossible, I believe, to go to, how do I put it? It's impossible to get to the trial section without having evidence that you have to, like, it's a set thing. You have to do certain things to be able to do, like, if you get what I'm trying to say. You can never go into the trial section, without, having all the correct, evidence as it is. Like, it's just a set thing. We need to go back here, and then we go to the detention center. Last place we haven't been yet. Right, June 15th, detention center, visitors room. Sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done. We still have 3 minutes. Put in a request, but don't expect anything. Father's talking in the private room with him. Father? You mean like a priest? I mean the suspect's father, Mr. Winford Big Wins Kentucky himself. Not someone I care to meet. Die, you... You're the one on the way out, old. Ah, here. Okay, this is, whoa, this guy radiates power. I just like how he's got an apron with a fox on it. Power with a cute apron. You Walker's lawyer? Yes, sir. Well, I'm Big Wins Kentucky, 4th head of the Kentucky family. Capiche? That's probably some good voice for that. So I came to speak to your son. Mr. Justice? Yes? Son's innocent. Killed no one. If were found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche? Yes, I'm all about capiching. Capiche, lad, capiche, lad and clear. Gotta do more than just understand to make it. You'll learn, though. Even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life. Don't feel so good. What's the big idea, old man? Can't treat me like a kid no more. Not now. You know, I want to go to the clink. I like it here. You must be walking. G's not a G till he does hard time, bazoy. You'll see. When I get out of here, things will change. Silence. My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy. Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that. Ah, you can take me under your wing this time, old man. You heard me, I don't need no trial, I did it. I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow. I think I should give I'm thinking I should either do like a Brooklyn accent for Wocky, or I should do like a Joey Wheeler accent, or like I'm walking here, I'm talking here. I don't know. New York, like. So much for talking to our client. But it's so weird because I've got like an upper class like British voice for the mother, and then like a deep like voice for the other guy, because I don't know. It's so hard to do voices when I've never actually done this in made such great progress today. We even found my panties. I had fun at least. Also, there should be like some things here updated too. So, Palmer Actus, age 46, the victim, director of the Maractus Clinic, died pulling the noodle stand. And then Winfred Kentucky, age 56, 4th boss of the Kentucky family. Wocky's father wears an apron, don't ask. Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial? Oh, almost forgot. It's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come check it out. Yep, so there's the end of the investigation phase, our first investigation. And then now we have our trial. Time to see how that goes. Gonna continue on, of course. June 16th, 9:46 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. So Rat's not here today. Said his old foot injury is acting up. Old injury? It was all smiles yesterday. Yes, he smiled when he said he'd be fine as long as you're there, Trucy. Yes, fine. We'll be fine. Here comes justice. Started my voice training at 5 this morning. Ooh, do some now. I want to see, here. Oh, okay. My name is Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Sounds more like a self-management than voice training. I'm fine. You know what I'm saying. Good morning. Yo, sup? Hit me with the guilty verdict, G. See if I can. Just hang loose and let things go with the flow. You know what I'm saying? Not really. Walkie, don't be running your mouth like that in here. See, that's the difference between me and you, old man. I ain't afraid of no cops. Real G's can't keep it real until they spend some hard time in the pen. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Sounds like they've both been voice training too, Apollo. My worst fears realized. Trial's starting and I still haven't had a real talk with my client. June 16th, 10 AM, District Court, courtroom number 4. Hey, okay, there we go. Clavier is our prosecutor. Court is now in session for the trial of Walkie, Kentucky. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready to rock and roll here, Judge. Tim, the guy from yesterday, he's a prosecutor. It's Mr. Gavin's brother. Oh, they're brothers. Never mind. Long time no see, Prosecutor Gavin. Will you take your leave of absence? You know, there's that little band I started in my free time. Thing is, we got real popular. About to say 9 to my fans when 3 of your singles go platinum, yeah? See, to be honest, I was a little concerned. Feared that you might still be distraught over that one trial. Not to worry here, Judge. I wouldn't miss this day in court for the verdict. It's worth even more than VIP passes to one of my contents, yeah? How could I pass up a chance to see the true strength of the little boy who bested my brother? If it's worth cancelling a show or two. Understood? You may give your opening statement to the court. Before that, I was thinking. Is the evidence is not a bit serious? It is a court of law. That's no way to get the crowd jumping here, Judge. They're not supposed to jump. This is a courtroom. Achtung, baby. Today we play it my way. What's that noise? Sometimes you have to get on up in order to get down to prosecuting. This is crazy. The victim, Paul Maractus, director of the Maractus Clinic. The scene, People Park. He was found pulling a noodle stand. What in the law was a doctor pulling a noodle stand? Yes, I believe. You will only find out by asking the defendant right here, right now. Because it's an undeniable truth that he shot the victim. What do you mean undeniable? If you want to glare at anyone at justice, glare at the punk in the defendant's chair. The crime was witnessed quite clearly, you see. Very well. Please admit this witness to the court. Wait, what? He starts doing air guitar? 9, not yet. He starts doing air guitar during the middle of the thing and it starts playing an actual riff. First, there's a little matter to be cleaned up. I mean, this is always to be expected. Like, all of the prosecutors in these games are typically over the top as well. So this is no exception. You took without the accompaniment. I swear I could see the guitar for a second. What is this, Prosecutor Gavin? The motive there, Judge. Why did the little punk do it? Why did he kill the director of the Maractus Clinic?
Objection!
We also have to hear what his objection sounds like, too. Not so fast, the defendant doesn't have to explain that. Oh, but what if the defendant specifically requests to do so? As he did this morning. I want to give a shout out to all my homies, I believe he said. What is right? They always say that on stage you hit the crowd with speed and ferocity. Sounds like you got you good, huh, Polly? Well, this is highly unusual, but court will now hear from the defendant concerning his motives in the crime. So, you son are the defendant. Lucky, are you? I ain't your son, old man. Step into a Kentucky, you best be prepared to step strong. You step to a public official, you best be prepared to step into jail. Gotta hand it to him, Lucky sure has guts. Studies guts I'm worried about. Well then, the court will now hear testimony in the defendant's motive. From the defendant himself. Alright, first witness testimony. Obviously I'm gonna... we need to press the third statement. Well, we need to press statements 3, 4, and then 5. So we'll do the first two. And then, because obviously they're extra ones. Lucky Kataki's truth. I'll tell you one thing, the doctor was a quack. Someone had to show him what's what. I was in the client about half a year ago. He messed up my OP so bad. Then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, boy. So I gotta go in and get another doc to patch me up again. That was the day I done figured it out. No OG's gonna let that pass. That's why I went to his pad that night. Know what I'm saying? You're saying you were one of the victim's patients? A lot of stuff goes down when you're keeping it real on the street, true dat. Tell you one thing, that doc was whack. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. Can't believe this is the first time I'm hearing about all of this. Alright, so we want to press on basically all the statements in well, actually no, we want to do statements 3, 4, and 5, so 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7 are fine. First of all, the word you're looking for is quack. And this isn't a little harsh, he's your family doctor. Who asked you, pointy locks? Just who do you think you are? You're a lawyer? Look, I ain't trying to hear that. He was a quacker. Plain and simple. By someone, you mean? Was there anyone with a score to settle with this doctor? Besides you, I mean. Better ask somebody else, Holmes. What do I care? Made up my own mind, did what I had to be done. Straight gangster style. Why were you so mad at this doctor? Yo, sit back and listen while I drop it, J-Man. Okay, third one we skip. Fourth one I skip. Fifth one I skip. Figured out that day, so you had no idea until then. For half a year, I didn't notice a thing. You had a bullet in your chest and you didn't know? It takes more than a bullet to bring me down, Holmes. How many bullets does it take? You went to his pad? Did you have an appointment to meet with the victim? In the park, perhaps? You out of your mind? Who makes an appointment to get the drop on someone? Came ready to fight my way into that clinic of his. Shortest way to the clinic from my place is through that park. Know what I'm saying? That's right, it does seem to be the shortest path. There I was, cold walking through the park. And he comes popping out of nowhere, right before my eyes. Figured someone up on high is looking out for me. Know what I'm saying? Sounds bad from the get-go. Well, there won't be any get-go if we don't get some more information. Right, first go to the facts. Time enough for despair later. So now this is where we want to go for 3, 4, and 5. So you were a patient at the Marcus Clinic half a year ago. For what reason? have what you might call a mark of honor. Can you explain precisely what was wrong? We had a little run-in with the Rivales gang, family. That's when I pulled a jack move. Ran into an ambush. She busted a cat right in me. According to my sources, you couldn't stand the stress of waiting. And then in 15 minutes before the appointed time by yourself. Hey, I was more than a match for those guys. So you were carried to the miraculous clinic from there? Apparently he was shot in the heart. Shot in the heart and he's still alive? I can catch bullets between my teeth. But I never learned how to catch them with my heart. Bullet stopped just short of my thumper. Know what I'm saying? Would have been golden if it weren't for that whack dog. Can't even take out a stupid bullet. So as you say, the surgery was a failure. But ain't all of it, Holmes.
Hold it!
What do you mean, just let you go without a word? What do you think it means? It's a whack, that's what. Not sure what that means, but it sounds bad. It sounds as though Herr Doctor wished to hide his mistake. This is why he let the defendant go. He's a liar, straight up. He's a badder G than me.
Hold it!
This bullet is still... You know it, I can still feel it. Right there in my chest, pressing up against my heart. Your words are like a bullet straight shot into my heart. Or something to that effect. Incidentally, that's from one of my hit singles. Well, that sounds like a straightforward case of malpractice. Word, J-Man. Wasn't no accident, that's for shizzle. Seems that there were issues with this doctor. Man, putting him down was like doing the world a favor. Lucky, please consult your lawyer before saying things like that. Chin up, Apollo, back straight. Why did this mistake only come to light that day? It was found during that family health checkup. The family health checkup? That was the wackest thing of all. All of us G's lining up taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away, bazoy! A relief to hear. What's a relief? Oh, did your father not tell you? Is that bullet you carry so close to your heart, if not attended to immediately, could kill you? Yes, Herr Dr. Maractus had knowledge concerning this ticking time bomb in you. Knowledge that could have saved your life. No way, that's whack! There is proof. Your checkup report. Walkie's checkup report adds a court record. Results from a checkup performed in June. Metallic object found near heart. Ironic that you would kill the man capable of helping you. Almost as careless as he was. Well, now the place is hopping. Now that the place is hopping, let's get this gig started. Started? We've had enough of a warm-up act, y'all. Time to hear from the witness. Lucky sure is quiet all of a sudden. A little uneasy myself. Is this Gavin's strategy? Oh, okay. Well, tell us your name and occupation. Okay, I've got to try and... I'm thinking about doing like a damn, like, posh, like, accent for this guy, because he just seems like he's fairly educated and something, so... My name is Wesley. I don't know. My occupation, oh, I didn't even get to read that. Why is this skipping? Excuse me, is this supposed to be happening? Okay, it is. Hang on a second. I didn't even get to read that. By occupation, I take it that you refer to some labor that profits society at large and supports a livelihood, under which definition I must confess to being unemployed. However, we must acknowledge the meaning of identity, which is commonly attached to this notion of occupation. And once we have accepted this reality, we see that our confusion is not gestalt per se, but derives instead from the vagueness inherent in all representations of... By which he means to say that he is a student. A junior at Ivy University, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, in the Department of Science and Engineering. Filled with curiosity for all things, I spend my days in pursuit of truth, honing my... Stickler, please direct say curiosity to the case at hand today. Very well, Mr. Stickler. Please testify to the court about what you saw on the night of the crime. You ask quite simplistically what I say. Oh my, I'm gonna have to. When he goes on these rants like this, I'm gonna have to load up the actual court record just to read what he says. I think that's supposed to be intended, but at the same time, I want to read it as if he's reading it. Hang on a second. You ask quite simplistically what I saw. However, we must understand that Homo sapiens possess two eyes. Each of those designed to receive and interpret data, sending images in the form of signals to the... And then a night at the park. That night I passed through the park on my way home from shopping when I saw them. One man pulling a stand, another man facing him. I saw them quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant. In his hand he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. Shot. The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from his front, square on the forehead. Okay, which statement do I have to push for you? I need to present. Oh, this one I need to actually. So this one we press all the statements and then it represents to represent to him instead. Was there anyone else in the park at that time? I could say with 100% accuracy. But there was not. The pistol our witness refers to is this. Court accepts this into evidence. Pistol added to the court record. Weapon left at the crime scene. 2 rounds were fired. Fingerprints were wiped. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may cross-examine the witness. So I can probably examine... Didn't check this actually, did I? So patient name, Wakikitaki, age 19, male. Report filed June 14. Note, metallic object found near heart, urgent exam needed. And then obviously the pistol. Let's see if there's anything we can look at with that. Well, don't point that thing at me. Don't worry, I can handle myself around guns. Magic guns, at least. The ones that pigeons come out of. Very reassuring. Anything, like, particular about this weapon that I need to... Probably not. Yes, Your Honor. Tracy, why are you standing like that at the witness? That man. Can't help but feel I've seen him somewhere before. Alright, so we'll press all the statements and then present on the 5th one. I guess I must have lost a thing somehow. In that last case. On the way home from shopping, you say, why go through the park? Ah, fascinating inquiry. Feeling me capable of being insufficiently verbose. Let us consider the time saved by passing through the park on the way home from the store. In that time, I was capable of solving 2 GMAT problem sets. On average, it requires me 3 minutes 24 seconds to complete each one, ergo the time to complete 2 is average on... Oh, I was trying to read that. I think that's the idea, but I can't read that fast. Ergo the time to complete 2 is on average 6 minutes 48 seconds, however... In that case of the questions are in the verbal category, admittedly not... It's enough, I get the idea. Mr. Justice, the court hopes to finish cross-examination sometime this month. please. I have a recording booked after this trial. I'm gonna show to perform. Gee, sorry you're all so busy.
Hold it!
Policemen talking by any chance? Oh, now that you mention it, they were, though I cannot claim I heard them clearly. Only fragments, such as, you lied to me, oh, and I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine, pal. It's just as our defendant claims. I believe he wished to teach the victim what it feels like to take a bullet in the heart. If that's true, then this is a vital piece of testimony. Sounds like he heard them clearly enough to me. Might I be allowed to amend my testimony? What now? To be precise, he did not say pal, but man. Yes, that was the way of it. I swear it on my diploma. What's the difference? Is this other man? Who was he?
Hold it!
I can be so sure it was the defendant. The crime took place at night. It would have been too dark. Perhaps I was remiss in not mentioning this earlier. You see, in class, I always sit in the very backmost seat. Do you know why? Who cares? Because I do not wish anyone to copy my perfect notes. And this relates to your testimony how? I mentioned this to illustrate my predisposition to that which is perfect. It was dark, you say, yet there are lights in the park. If I say the defendant was in the park that night, then he was in the park that night. It is a hard, immutable fact. Sure, he is confident. He seems to be telling the truth, too.
Hold it!
Sure, the pistol you saw is the same as the one, just submitted as evidence. Am I sure? Surely you jest. So a common witness would be tempted to say. As I am no common witness. I see not only events as they are, but the logical structure governing these events. First, we must consider the fact that it was the night in the park, which indeed restricted my field of vision due to insufficient levels of illumination. Now, if we consider that the pistol, let us call Object A, was indeed shot in darkness, it becomes difficult to say with certainty that Object A was indeed Object A. How did I manage to do that in, how did I manage to actually do that? Somehow I actually managed to read that in the time that the thing appeared. We'll try and do that each time, just because that's what the character was doing. How did I do that? Okay. It means you couldn't see it that clearly. My badge for a normal witness. But the fact that a pistol was fired before my eyes is indisputable. I can still see it when I close my eyes. The defendant raised his weapon. So this is the one we have to present stuff on, but we don't have the, we want to do the last press here. I have to say only one shot was fired. Yes, of course it was one shot. Why do you ask? Contradiction, finally. As the stickler according to the court record, the pistol was fired twice. Really, that's his voice. He didn't sound German. He sounded like a rock star, like, objection! Like, he said it, which I guess makes sense, maybe, cause that is one thing to consider, like, I guess when someone's talking normally, they would speak in their accent, but then if someone's singing, it's gonna be different. But I just remember the German accent because he was speaking like how with German words and stuff. So, but it's more like objection for his thing. But when they do their objections, they're like yelling at the court. So, good day, Sir Justice. You're cool. You're cool. You really think so? Yet there is no reason why this other shot had to have been fired that night. Meaning? The pistol came from the Kitaki family mansion, yeah? I think it's not unreasonable to assume the pistol had been fired once before that night. During perhaps another altercation? It's got a point. Judging from his smug expression, it's like Prosecutor Gallon had that answer ready before you even spotted the problem. Seems pretty confident in his testimony. We always make the biggest mistakes when we're most confident. He's got a weak point somewhere, Apollo. Right, better give that testimony another listen. So we present the pistol, I think. Pistol on the 5th statement, and then, actually, no, that's the pistol? No, we present the, Maractus autopsy. On the 5th statement.
Objection!
It's the pistol on the next one. That's all of it. I think I have a chance. Is that you relaxing? I see, Air Justice. Once is quite enough, Mr. Justice. Polo, pace yourself. This trial's not over yet. Right. Look at this. The autopsy report. Is there a problem with the autopsy report? Right, a problem. Problem. Yes, the problem is the location of the entry wound. Location? You testified that the killer shot the victim square in the forehead, did you not? Ah, I've already determined your angle of inquiry. Allow me to explain. It is quite simple, really. First, understand that when I say square, I speak not of geometrical absolute. What do I mean by this? For example, the deflection of a meter is 1. Oh my god. That is a... I can't even read that. I didn't even get to read the, number. I didn't even get to read the number. That number was so large. I was almost there. What do I mean by this? For example, the deflection of a meter is 1,650,763.73 times the wavelength of the light emitted by a krypton particle. As we all know, in addition, it is a well-known fact that the krypton particles are rare and invincible to the naked eye, which points to a basic fallacy in the line of reasoning, namely that when... I can't read that one fast, because the issue is that, the number would have taken up way too much time to say. Everything else would have probably been possible. Was your objection to these, krypton particle things? This is the big time and you are obsessed with something so small. You disappoint me. No, I'm obsessed with something big. I mean, there's a bigger, less nitpicky problem here. Do tell? Just look at the autopsy report. The location of the entry wound was... the right temple. Temple? It's the stickler. You said quite clearly that the victim was shot square in the forehead. That's a contradiction, isn't it? It is right, finally.
Objection!
Air Justice. Oh, Air Justice. The tactics are outdated. Trying to shake the witness by objectifying the rifles. So you haven't forgotten the fatal wound your master had suffered 7 years ago. Phoenix Wright, was it? Look, I know the wound was in the wrong place according to his testimony. Hey, air forehead. Forehead? Let us imagine you are walking through the park. You see 2 men facing each other, one with a pistol trained on the other. What would you do, air forehead? Well, I guess I would try to stop them. I'd probably shout stop. And you, Fraulein. Me? Well, I'd probably scream, eek! And you, Air Stickler. What did you shout, I wonder? The victim turned his head the last moment. Oh yes, thank you for jogging my memory. Sounds like an addendum to the testimony is required. Okay, so now this one we present the, oh no, this is a different one. We present the pistol on the 5th statement with this. As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action. Cease this at once, you two, I cried with composure. The victim turned in the direction of my voice, and a shot rang out. But upon our cowardly killer, the defendant appeared to have become frightened. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. I see, so you attempted to stop the crime. Indeed, with composure. Well, maybe the criminal wouldn't have fired if he hadn't shouted like that. Doesn't really matter now, unfortunately. Let us consider this new testimony, shall we? Observe the diagram, if you would. The witness, Mr. Stickler was it, stood here. He shouted, "Oh, stop, please," or something of this nature. And the victim responded by looking in the witness's direction. If the killer were to have fired at just that moment, as we can see, the bullet would have struck the right temple as in the report. Does seem to be the case. Witness the power of the Junior and Ivy's University's Department of Science. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may cross-examine the witness. So we'll press all the statements. We want to present the pistol on the fifth one.
Hold it!
So you saw a raised pistol. Weren't you frightened? Can't be said we students of Ivy University know no fear. The moment I saw that pistol, my inner sense of justice compelled me to take action. It was certainly brave of you. Might have gotten shot. Certainly very lucky. If I were in the killer's shoes, I certainly wouldn't have left a witness behind. Actually, it looks like he had no idea he was in danger. Regardless, I attempted to halt the bloodshed.
Hold it!
Sure, both men were able to hear your voice. They were, of course. My high, exquisite voice echoed through the park, and the victim responded to that clarion call. Quite.
Hold it!
Should a gunshot at the same time as the victim turned? Indeed, I would say about the same time to be precise. The victim didn't ask you for help. It can't be said that he didn't have time to ask. Didn't even have time to take a single step. Totally sure that the killer fired because Mr. Stickler started him. Don't say that to that, Tracy, please.
Hold it!
Describe the killer's actions more clearly. Seemed quite surprised, especially considering that it was he who did the deed. As we can see, human psychology is a tangled web indeed. He simply couldn't believe what he had done. He shot, he panicked, a common tale but true. Fortunately, before I could take any further action...
Hold it!
Didn't try to apprehend the criminal. It all happened so fast, I'm afraid I hadn't the time. Something about that strike was odd, Apollo. The killer was in a hurry, right? He fired the pistol and tossed it right away. According to the testimony, that's what happens, yes? In that case, I expect to find something we didn't find. Find something? Find what? I like that contradiction. Kind of sad to see it go. Not as sad as I feel. What do we do now? At least the testimony is getting a little clearer. She's right. Maybe I can find something to use in this testimony. So we want to pick present the pistol, I think it was?
Objection!
Wait a second. Another misleading request. If you're so beholden to your own mode of discourse, you can't see how it affects you. Come again? Wait a second, you say? A second? Are we really intended to wait just a single second, 1/60th of a minute? That's hardly enough time to draw a breath, let alone make a statement in court. Now, had you asked for a longer period of time, say 3 minutes, 35 seconds, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. Am I to understand that you are objecting to the length of the second? Yes, I mean, no. Here, just look at the pistol. Doesn't have a single fingerprint on it. Ah, a common ploy made all the more common, I fear, by the prevalence of television. Criminals these days are just loath to leave fingerprints. Wait, but you said the killer tossed the gun and ran. That's right. Didn't have time to wipe the gun for prints. Ah, the little girl stickling to the university student. There's a song in there. I'm not little. Then let's think like adults, shall we, Fräulein? What if the killer, the defendant, was wearing gloves? Gotta admit, didn't think of that, Apollo. Oh, Mr. Justice? Could the killer have been wearing gloves? No. Record of the murder weapon is very clear about one thing. The fingerprints were white, which means some trace of prints remained. Which contradicts your testimony. If everything happened as you said it did, you wouldn't have the time to wipe the pistol. That may be, but it does not change what I saw. The killer, the defendant, threw down the murderous weapon from his hand and fled. And this pistol was found at the scene of the crime. Strongly suggesting that this was the weapon he disposed of. That sounds solid to me. Well, F4head, any of your precious objections? What gives, Apollo? Let's see that voice training go to work. No, I've only recently realized something. No matter how much you train your voice, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to say. What do you mean, nothing to say? Isn't it obvious from what the witness just said? Isn't what obvious? He restated what he saw just now. He said that he saw Walkie drop a murderous weapon. That's not the same as being 100% sure what Walkie threw away. You're right. You're just confused because a pistol was found at the scene. Poor Mr. Stickler. It must be hard to be so perfect, and yet so wrong. Well, it can be said that I'm quite offended. While it is indeed true that once in my youth I wrote a love letter in my own blood that was seized by the teacher and posted on the blackboard for all to see, and for this appellation might be produced my name What we can say for certain is that the saw the killer throw something. Does the defense have anything to say about this? Well, if what he threw wasn't a pistol, then it had to be something else. At least one person on the defense team seems to be thinking. I'll wipe that smile off your pretty face, Gavin. Perhaps you can inform the court as to the nature of this something else. What did the killer throw away before fleeing the scene? So that was the... I guess I didn't lose any health. That just means that I think if I present stuff, I have a chance of losing health. If I present the wrong thing here, I will lose health. You only get like 5 attempts. I believe if you die, you have to reload from the previous save. Or something like that. So this is where we have to throw the knife, because that was the knife was there.
Take that!
Yes, the knife was there. And then we want to press every statement, and then... Okay. We go to the next day, or the next trial thing. Is that a sword? I saw one of those in the late night movie last night. Great, a sleep-deprived judge. Stuff was found at the scene of the crime, with the defendant's prints on it. His prints? A single piece of evidence proves 2 important things. 1, that what the defendant threw down wasn't a pistol. 2, that the defendant wasn't wearing gloves. Indeed. Oh, yeah, forehead. You're forgetting 2 other things you've just proven. 1, that the man the witness saw was the defendant, Mr. Wakakitaki. 2, that the defendant was holding a knife with the intention of harming the victim. Indeed. Don't underestimate Gavin is the lesson. This court is of the opinion that our witness is fond of making assumptions. In that light, I believe it would behoove us to hear about what really occurred. With less assuming, please. It is always the same with you people. Mark left the house on foot and 5 minutes later his brother left after him. How long would it take for Mark's brother to catch up to him? Assuming that Mark never had to stop for a traffic light. Assuming, yes, that's what I said, assuming. As if it was a probable situation at all. Yet here you are, assuming that my assumption is no better. What this court assumes is that the witness will testify as to what happened after the shot was fired. we have to press all these statements for to progress anyway. So, from shot to call. Could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene. Nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Also, I forgot to check my court record for the update here. So, yeah, Wesley Stickler, age 22, junior in science at Ivy University, a witness, a man concerned with truth. Nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Till the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Why didn't you chase the killer? He was, as you say, a killer. Of course, I could have run him down, yet what would he have done when cornered? Sadly, it takes more than an aptitude for solving quadratic equations to know that. Did the testimony earlier not prove the defendant's presence at the scene? And do we not also now know that there was no one else there? It seems clear to me that we have a killer. Does it sound, does it not? Does it not, Mr. Justice? Better find a way to take this testimony down quick. So we have to press all these statements, because we're not going to get enough information out of them. Which way did the killer run? By that time it was clear the killer had noticed me. Naturally, he ran into the opposite direction. I mean, he ran in the opposite direction from the Kentucky mansion. Don't even think about pointing that he was going away from his house. All he had to do was look back once he was out of sight. How did he know that's where I was going?
Hold it!
It was certainly composed for someone who had just witnessed a killing. If one is to devote one's life to the pursuit of science, one must never flinch at the sight of a little blood, nor be so moved by a chemical discovery that one drops one's flask upon the library floor. Cool answer, very cool. So nothing strange about how he acted. Tracy looks like she's had something to say.
Hold it!
Wasn't your first thought to call an ambulance? It can be said that I have dabbled in medicine. The injury I witnessed, namely a single shot to the head, tends to result in death. Ergo, there was no need for me to call an ambulance. Oh, perfect syllogism, approved in 3 parts. Exquisite, simply exquisite. He actually looks like he's going to cry.
Hold it!
Can you tell us in detail about these 10 minutes? We're still in a state of heightened awareness. Anything could happen at any moment. Anyone could appear from any direction. Is that all? No one came, nothing happened at all. I saw it all, which is to say, I saw nothing. It was late at night, it's not odd to think there would be a few people around in the park. So he just stood there, watching. Not much to go on there. Tracy, if you've got something to say, by all means say it. Can't find a single problem with that testimony. Had enough of the last air forehead? Maybe it's time to back off a bit. No. We need to, press forward to the truth. There's nothing fishy about that testimony at all. It appears there are no objections to the witness's current testimony. There are any number of ways to explain the lack of prints on the pistol, I assure you. Perhaps the killer really was wearing gloves which wiped the previous user's prints off. Then, after the deed was done, this fell out of his pocket and he was throwing the gun away. A mistake befitting of a small-time punk, in my opinion. Seems to have come to the end of the line here. No, that can't be all. How unfortunate. It seems that you weren't cut out to stand on the same stage as me. Though you air forehead. I believe this brings the cross-examination to a close. This court will now declare a verdict for the defendant, Walker Kitaki. It'll be from, I was gonna say from, oh, wait, what? Trucy! Nobody move. What's the meaning of this? Who are you? There'll be no verdict in this court, not yet. Wait, are you one of the Katakis? The Katakis? You mean the notorious gangsters? You don't want to see me give the pretty little girl a new smile. Do as I say. Adjourn the court for 20 minutes. What? This court will not bow to pressure from the likes of... Here, Judge. I see no point in further aggravating this gentleman. Recess, 20 minutes. Or I'll promise you will regret it. That's a first. Wait, how did he disappear so fast? Also, how did he get into the position without being able to... Come to the defendant lobby, Apollo. Wait, is this one of her tricks? Suppose I have no choice but to adjourn for a 20-minute recess. Well, let's catch that mysterious man. I guess that's the end of the first part of the court. I'm guessing that Trucy did something. Trucy must have done something to... Yeah, we'll continue on to the next chapter. Why not? 16th, 11:17 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Trucy! You moved quick, Apollo. Good show. Trucy, you're okay. I thought... Don't cry, Apollo. It's good for nothing, gangsters. There are some things you just don't do. Pressing charges. Wait, just calm down, Apollo. Or else... What the heck is that? Surprised? This is one of my best tricks, the amazing Mr. Hat. You look marvelous, darling. It's a big hit on stage at the Wonder Bar. Yes, I am a big hit. Well, what do you think? Do you like it? You mean you... Trucy, there are some things you just don't do. I'm pressing charges. Apollo, now is not the time to be threatening me. It's you who's been threatened here. Remember what you said to Waki's father yesterday? You promised you'd save his son. But that testimony was rock solid. What are you suggesting I do? Look, once the judge declares a verdict, it's all over. If I can use my talent to stop that from happening, I will. Trucy, no more staged abductions, please. I'm talking about magic, Apollo. Now when the witness isn't confident, you can see what he's feeling. Might not mean anything, but it's all I've got. All we've got. You can see what he's feeling? Think back, Apollo. Think back to the times when there was a contradiction in his testimony. All the times. All the times there was a contradiction? I remember? Well, I think I remember them, sure. There were 2 times where he made statements he wasn't confident in. And each time there was a contradiction. Oh, is it when he turns the page 3 times? Because I think one of the animations I noticed, he turned it twice, but then sometimes where he turns it 3 times. In his hand he held, yes, a pistol that was pointed at the man pulling the stand. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. So the man tossed aside a pistol, but it turned out he wasn't sure. Sure enough, there was a contradiction. Well, that's true, but how does that help us? Didn't you notice anything? Whenever he made a statement he wasn't confident in, he displayed a certain habit. This time he held, yes, a pistol. It's pointed at the man pulling the stand. Did you see it? The very moment he said the word pistol. His fingers got all tense and he fiddled with the corner of it. Oh, I didn't notice that. I wasn't paying any attention to that at all. I didn't see that at all. How am I supposed to see that? Well, I could see it. How else do you think Daddy went 7 years without losing a game of poker? Oh, so she helped him cheat as well. I was sat next to Daddy during big matches. So she would cheat. You could see what his opponents were feeling. I mean, that's how Mr. Right won all these games? Not cheating officially. He wasn't looking at their hands or anything. He wasn't there all the time either. He was quite good at poker after all. Not good enough to go undefeated that long. Great, so he cheated, but what does that do for us? Don't believe this. You have to listen to his testimony one more time. No, scratch that. Don't watch his testimony. Perceive the truth. So I wonder if this is going to be a thing all the time, because this is now the second instance where I haven't been able to do a perceive until after we've done the break between the trials, so I wonder if we can only do it after the first, like when we're down in the muck, I guess. The only thing I'm perceiving is that I'm going to lose. Not true. But he said so. He said you have the power, Apollo. Mr. Wright said that? Watch the testimony. See his true feelings. Is she serious? Time's up. Sorry, I can't think of any other way, of any other way out of this one, Apollo. What was that you said before the trial started? Mr. Wright's not here today. His old foot injury is acting up. Yes, he's smart when he said we'd be fine as long as you're there, Trucy. Is this what he meant by, us being fine? Well, methods aside, she did avoid one guilty verdict already today. I'll show this court what I'm made of. Get ready for justice. Let's do it. I'm starting to think I can do this. I knew you could do it all along. Oh, one more thing. Try to go for Mr. Hat as best you can. I just flew in from the coast and boy are my arms tired. Right. June 16, 11:40 AM, District Court, courtroom number 4. Court is now back in session. Right, we're fine. I'd like to say to the young lady standing next to you, Mr. Justice. Oh, you mean me? Don't you have anything to report? Anything concerning the mysterious phantom in the silk top hat? Ah, right, him. Don't worry about him. I settled that. You settled that? Yes, it was an out-of-court settlement, right? Perhaps Thorline would have us believe it was nothing more than a passing dream. A fantastic illusion. Now you see it, now you don't. Am I right? I think he's onto me. Wish he would stop being so cool. Let us dispense with these niceties and get straight to the matter. What are your plans for our gifted witness? Right, the defense would like to request another cross-examination. Because I forgot to ask something. There was no issue with the witness's previous testimony. I will grant you your request, however, but this court will not permit stalling for time. Understood, Your Honor. Don't forget, Apollo, when he isn't sure about something, he has a habit of fiddling with his book. Okay, so I think it's the same statements, but we don't need to press them again. And because he said we don't have time to dilly-dally, I think I can't just press the statements because it's gonna waste time. So we'll have to probably go and do the, Is this the same? It might be. Maybe I have to just wait. Could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene. How could I simply leave the scene in good conscience? Oh, go I use myself and to call the police. The police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later. This is the exact same testimony. Okay, it's the exact same testimony, so I don't need to read that one again. Not sure I'm qualified to watch testimonies after all. Focus, Apollo. Find his weak spot. Focus. If only it was that easy. Ears hear what he says, my eyes see his expression. Do I have to do something more? What other senses do I have? What's this? My bracelet? What's going on? The bracelet feels different somehow. I think Daddy was right. You can see it, can't you, Apollo? You're almost there. Find the weak spot in his testimony. I know this sounds crazy, but my bracelet is trying to tell me something. Yeah, I guess that's what they mean there with him turning at the thing, so... Do I have to press this statement, or do I have to just let it... Yeah, I just press the... Because I've already pressed the other statements. And then I guess we have to do, So you called immediately after witnessing the murder. Police undoubtedly had a record of the call. Why not check with them? Wait, Apollo. This has to be it. Wait, you mean his habit? Don't forget, Apollo. He isn't sure about something. He has a habit of fiddling with his book. And that time he even had the book open was there. Which means this is the place to look for his habit. Don't know how I know, but I know. Know what? It's my bracelet. It's different somehow. You feel it reacting to something about the witness. Your bracelet? Sure, I get this focus stuff you were talking about, Trucy. But I have a feeling that trusting my bracelet is the way to go. Okay, I just need to touch my bracelet with triangle as it reacts to the testimony. Okay. What's going on? I can see the witness's face, his expression so clearly, it's filling my mind. I can see nothing else, hear nothing else. Apollo. Trucy, what's happening to me? That's what I meant by focusing. Focusing? In this state you can see everything. Apollo, everything the witness does. It's great, but this is kind of freaking me out. Just look for Mr. Stickler's twitch, his habit. You remember it, right? Sure, when he says something he's not sure of, he fiddles with a page of his book. Got it. Right now you're looking at the witness's face. Your eyes are sort of bugging out. I'll bet they are. First, move your focus of attention down to Mr. Stickler's hand. His hand? You know what to look for now, but you have to be looking at the right place. She's right, I can only see his face like this. Let's try changing my viewpoint. Okay, I see what I mean here. So, okay. This is gonna be kind of difficult, because I thought, for some reason I thought that his tell was he turned, only 2 pages, but the other one turned 3 pages, so, yeah. Perfect, now you're really ready. Ready for what? Ready to perceive the truth behind the twitch. Perceive? Try listening to the witness talk as you focus. And watch for his habit. Right, you mean when he fiddles with the page? That's right, let's just look closer to perceive the triangle. Find its weak spot, and I guarantee we'll be able to give him the raw flush. Spoken like a true pokerhead's daughter. I'm a magician, thank you very much. So I have to pay attention to his words and his fingers. Don't worry, if you miss it, you can always try again. Alright, look out, never switch, here comes justice. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah.
Gotcha!
This is very specific. Saw it just now, I could see it. Mr. Justice, do you have something to say? All this biting of desks is quite bad for my circulation, you know. Mr. Stickler, allow me to ask you a simple question. Why did you fiddle with the page of your book? That sounds so weird. That sounds so weird to say. Like, again, it's like, it's another one of those things where it's like, oh, with the tells and stuff. I get where they're coming from. Like, I straight up get it, but I also feel like it's not as... Like, you can't use that in a court of law, I don't think, because it's like, oh, you are moving around a lot. It's like, why do you think? It's like, well, let me put it this way. If it was me, I would be moving around in general and not looking down and looking in different directions because that's just the way that I am. I can't sit still. That doesn't mean that I'm lying or that I'm a thing, though. Like, that's the issue that I think I have with this. And also, it's so oddly specific. For a moment, you mentioned your cell phone. What are you talking about? Curious now about this cell phone of yours. Mind if I ask a few questions? What to ask? Ask for his number, ask to see his phone, or ask for what model of phone. He mentioned about that the police should have the information. But we can also gain that information from him. So maybe we should ask to see the phone. Because the model of phone's not gonna matter. It just seems really strange. Please show me your cell phone. Why? What do you have it for? Show me and you'll find out. Well, I can't. I don't have it, you see. You don't have it? Mr. Stickler, is this your cell phone? Where did you get that? It's the phone from yesterday. Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. How strange, Mr. Stickler. Can you explain why your cell phone is sitting here in my hand at this very moment? Wait a minute, what is the meaning of this? The cell phone was found yesterday. In the Maractus Clinic, garage. The Maractus... Wait, that's where the victim lived. That's impossible! Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court, didn't you? If your cell phone is here, how could you have called the police? It's true, I didn't have my cell phone that night. That's why it can't be said that I called the police from a public payphone. Payphone? So you didn't call on your cell phone after all? Just where was this payphone located, Mr. Stickler? Well, it's indicated with a startlingly high degree of accuracy. It's right around here. That's quite a ways from the park. Why did you lie? Can only be one reason. He didn't want the court to know he had lost his cell phone. Because it was found in the victim's garage. What are you saying? Mr. Stickler, you broke into the Maractus Clinic garage on the night of the murder. The cell phone tells all. But that's ridiculous. That makes it sound like I stuck into this fellow's garage to commit some crime. So I were trying to kill him. Well, Dr. Maractus was killed that night. Oh yes, but no. This line of reasoning has to be against the rules. Yes, it's true, I lost my cell phone. But you can't prove that I lost it that night. Well, Mr. Justice, that cell phone was dropped the night of the murder. It does raise considerable suspicions as to the connection with the crime. How'd you chance it, Paulo? Connect Mr. Stickler to the crime. Oh, he's already connected enough. Just have to prove it. Well, do I have a piece of evidence that can do the job? Can I prove the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder? I believe you say yes. You should be able to. Why am I... Oh, there's actually extra evidence. I can go check the cell phone now. Property of Wesley Stickler. So once I show evidence, present the mirror. And then he'll do another... press. So I guess the way that the perceive thing works is if you don't get any reaction from your bracelet, you then know that you have to press certain statements. If you do get a reaction from the bracelet, you know that you have to do it on a certain statement. So show evidence. Of course I have evidence. Ooh, I like your swagger, F-word. Hit it. Court will see to this evidence. Mr. Justice hit it, as they say. The evidence that proves the cell phone was dropped in the night of the murder was, the mirror.
Take that!
A side view mirror. So I wonder what happens if you pick the slippers instead. It so happens Dr. Marcus's car was in an incident. No, accident, I should say. That took place the night of the murder. An accident? An accident. Happened a little after 9 PM, just outside People Park, our murder scene. Dr. Marcus's car hit a pedestrian. What are you trying to say? In the absence of a mirror, it's clear that the car was parked after the incident. Which means it was parked there after 9 PM on the night of the murder. If the cell phone had been dropped before the car was parked in that garage, then it would have been crushed. Or it was lying on the ground right under the wheel. There we go, Mr. Stickler. Only time you could have dropped this in that garage was after 9 PM the night of the murder in the park. These games have very good music. Mr. Stickler, you know what this means. You did break into the victim's garage that night. This is most unexpected, Mr. Justice. Are you naming the witness as a suspect in the murder of Pal Maractus? No, stop! This is too much! This can't be happening! Prosecutor, say something! I suppose it is worth saying this. No connection has been found between Wesley Stickler and Pal Maractus. That is, other than this. I believe our next testimony will be most revelatory. Is the witness prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I know that face. That's the face of guilt. Alright, so now we need to do a good old normal pressing. So press on the fourth statement, but we want to press everything else. Alright, Stickler's truth. That night, yes, I went to the supermarket. I must have dropped my cell phone on the way back. When I was walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime. Saw the killer, the victim, the stand. All was clear as day. It was him. I saw the defendant at the scene. Yes, but your cell phone was lying in the garage. Oh yes, well, as you can see, my model of cell phone is a defect. It's given to rolling. It's quite a pain when I drop it alongside the road, you know. Looks like a normal cell phone to me. In any case, Mr. Justice, the cross-examination, please. That's funny. Grace didn't react at all during that testimony. This nervous habit must not be acting up. I didn't sense anything either, actually. It's like you're on your own this time around. Right, no problem. I hope. Here comes Justice. So we want to press on the full statement, but we're going to press on all of them. We're going to get penalized for this. So you went shopping, which means you were holding a grocery bag when you witnessed the murder taking place. Well, yes, of course. Incidentally, the prosecution has received no report of this domestic detail. Mr. Stickler, can you explain yourself? No, I mean, yes, I did go shopping, really. I walked around the supermarket trying to out 3 samples. It's a deeply spiritual time for me. I'm sure the store clerks would disagree. Do you think sampling 3 food counts as a religion? In any case, that night, I sampled to my heart's content. It was on my way back home, yes.
Hold it!
It's when you passed in front of the Marcus clinic. Why, yes, that's correct. It's a pretty suspicious pause there. Stickler, do you think you could be a bit more specific? Please show us the exact route you took on the night of the murder. Of course! Supermarket's here along the main road. My way home from here, my way home from there, takes me past the market's clinic. This is probably when I dropped my cell phone. Yet woe is I walked on unaware of my loss. And walked right into that fateful park. Which entrance did you enter the park from? Well, to be exact, one might say I went in from the entrance closest to the market's clinic. The same entrance our victim used? Did you notice anything when you entered? Wheel marks from a noodle stand, for instance? I have no recollection of such a thing, no. Yet though I might have missed the tracks, I could not miss what happened next. I am a keen observer of the obvious, you might say. We wanted to press this one, but not now. You absolutely sure it was the defendant? Stop asking me the same questions over and over. This isn't some kind of makeup test. What's a makeup test, Apollo? Nothing a good student like you has to worry about. Time to find its weak point, spot and press it till he breaks. This habit isn't acting up, which means he isn't lying. Just kind of relying on my bracelet to get me through this one. But he's pretty unsettled. The odds are really high that you can get something out of him. Gleam in your eyes, but gamble's all through and through. I'm a magician, thank you very much. So now we do the fourth segment. So that's the fourth statement, and then we do the noodle stand. Part of the testimony is the key, I knew it. Well, I know it, sorry. So I press him about the killer, the victim, or the noodle stand. We want to press him about the noodle stand. Because he wouldn't know any information about the killer or the... he wouldn't know any more information about the victim or the killer based on this information, so... Do you happen to remember the noodle stand? Quite well, yes. For a student of the sciences, keen observation and healthy curiosity are vital. I remember everything. Could even read the sign. I believe it said, noodle. Yes, that was it. For remembering something quite well, it sure took you a while to tell us. And thank you for telling us that the noodle stand sells noodles. Very enlightening. Well, Mr. Justice, what about that sign? Could that be important? It is very important, because remember about there being two different, ways that it was spelled. One thing was noodle. One side had it spelled noodle, the other side had it spelled Eldoon. So the sign in the noodle stand said noodle. Appears the defense has just obtained a vital piece of testimony. Is this noodle stand's broth really that delicious? I'll have to go sample the wares one of these days. I think that's worth adding to the testimony as well. Whatever sort of noodles that stand sells, I can't match up to IVU's cafeteria. Some applied to the school merely for a taste of our smart noodles. Wouldn't mind a taste of that myself. Oh, and then a new statement. This is the new statement. Why, I even remember the sign on the stand the victim was saying it said noodle. So we're gonna present the, noodle stand. Because we have the noodle stand says Eldoon on it.
Objection!
Yeah. And you're absolutely sure the sign read noodle? Oi, just last week my professor offered me this praise. At least you have good eyesight, Stickler, I'll give you that. It read without a doubt noodle. I see. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Is that pity I see in your eyes? Let's take a look at our map, shall we? So you're claiming that when you saw the sign, you were standing. Here was it. Although it would have been a bit hard to read the sign from this spot. You think so? Stickler, I'd like you to please take another look at the stand. Carefully read what the sign says. See, the sign actually states the name of the stand's owner. Aldoons. Inconceivable! I'm certain it was definitely Noodle for sure. Positive. I'm afraid your professor was wrong about that eyesight. Wouldn't be so quick to jump to that conclusion. The sign he saw changes everything. The witness says the sign said Noodle. But it should say that he saw it right, I think. Because he did see it right, because there was two different sides, he just saw it from a different perspective. What would you say if I told you that there is one spot from which the sign would be read the way Mr. Stickler claims? What? Mr. Justice, show us this spot. The witness actually viewed, it would be from this side. So the reason you say this side is because, I think the entrance to the witness came through this side, and he was saying that he saw Noodle. Oh, sorry, he was here. This side said, I believe if we're assuming that he entered this way, this side would have said Aldoon, and this side would have said Noodle, so I think the top part is the correct point to go. Well, technically the witness was here, so that would mean, that he would have to be, like, over here to have seen that. Present the spot just above the stand. Yeah, because yeah, so it has to have been here, because he was saying it was here, but this one says Aldoon, so I'm just trying to get the right actual position, because the issue with the positioning is that it should be like right here.
Take that!
And then the witness was standing here on the opposite side. How do you know that? When viewed from the south, the sign on the stand reads Aldoons, as we know. However, observe the other side of the stand. Oh, the side says Noodle. Exactly. The name of the stand is split between the front and back signs. Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court. You witnessed the crime from the northern side of the park, not the south. You got me!
Objection!
So what? So what? What does it matter if you saw the killing from the north or the south side? It makes no difference at all. He's right, travel far enough to the south and you will end up going north. Viewed on a global scale, directions are only without meaning. Actually, maybe he's right. What does it change? It changes everything, Apollo. Trucy? Remember his testimony from before? Though to be honest, I'm a little scared of where this is leading. I like this little thing where the killer and the victim are facing each other here. Then at the moment the killer raises his weapon, Mr. Stickler shouts. At which point the victim turns his head to look, and then the killer fires his pistol. That's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. That contradictions, right? Right. But if Mr. Stickler was standing on the north side of the park, that reverses the whole scenario. Completely. If Mr. Stickler shouts from where he is now, and the victim looks in his direction, would have had to have hit his left temple. In other words, someone standing at point K couldn't shoot the victim in his right temple. It's impossible. That's right. So now that we know that Mr. Stickler was standing on the northern side, the point location takes on an entirely different meaning. Indeed, you are absolutely correct, Fräulein. What rating? The entry wound was on the right side of the victim's head, correct? Well, the right side of the victim's head is north. North? Well, that's where the witness Wesley Stickler was standing. Correct. So if he was standing to the north, then the only person here who could have shot the victim in the right temple was Mr. Stickler himself. Order, order, order! Well, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. She's flipped this whole case on its head while I was still figuring it out.
Objection!
Clarify 1 point for me, if you would have for it. What now? Are you truly accusing this college student of murder? Well, I can't say he exactly looks innocent. Something still doesn't feel right. Just can't picture him as the real killer. No, please, looks aside, I'm really a nice guy. Well, my friends say so. Let's hear what the defense has to say. What are you going to do now, Justice? Should I really accuse Mr. Stickler? Accused of murder, accused of another crime, or no accusation? We should accuse him of another crime. I don't think Wesley Stickler is a killer, but he's not innocent either. His unusual silence tells me that much. Stickler, you seem unusually quiet. Tell us why, now. The word confession isn't in my dictionary. Forehead. I'm afraid it falls to you to elucidate Stickler's silence. Mr. Justice, you did say you were accusing the witness just now. For a crime other than murder. Your reason? The court's all ears. I know he's guilty of something, but what crime other than murder is there? Do I have evidence that shows his involvement in some way, in some other crime? Your evidence? The court's all eyes, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence that points to the witness's involvement in a crime. I think we're gonna pick the panties. Because, none of these other things would, because there were 3 crimes that happened that night. The noodle stand got stolen, which couldn't have been him. The panties got raided, and the, what is it called? The hit and run accident. Maybe he did that as well, but that wouldn't make sense because he was walking there. Yeah, so you have to accuse him of the panty raid. And then then we're done for the trial, so we're gonna do another investigation actually. So this case is not gonna be over. After this, we're still gotta do a bunch of stuff.
Take that!
The evidence is this. What? Is that woman's underwear? Hey, those are mine. Don't look at me like that! Order, order, order! Mr. Stickler? Well, I can't say this comes as a shock. It's not what it seems by Pythagoras' theorem. Not Pythagoras' theorem, Pythagorilla. On the night of the murder, just past 9 PM. Young girl catches a panty snatcher red-handed. Bravely she gives chase, but the snatcher flees. He hides himself in no other place than the miraculous clinic garage. Incidentally, his panties were found in the exhaust pipe of the car then. Presumably he was trying to hide the evidence of his crime. Ergo, while you may not be a murderer, you are guilty of panty snatching in the 1st degree. Please, hear me out! That's not what it looks like! Order, order, order! Mr. Stickler, you should be ashamed. It's not what it seems. So, are you to understand that you were silent not because you were guilty of murder, but because you lacked the courage to admit your theft of this girl's undergarments? Perhaps you are not aware that my school's name was originally written IV. I stands for intelligent, V stands for valiant, see? Your point? I'm not done. Now I'm a major in the science department. What does science teach if not curiosity? Yes, we of the IVU science department are valiantly curious. No challenge is too daunting, and what greater challenge to science than a mystery?
Objection!
Come on, you're talking about a girl's panties here. No, you do not understand. Mystery is the unknown, and the unknown is unacceptable. My friends, when it comes to mysteries, those panties are the promised land. From the moment I first laid eyes on them, I was compelled to investigate, for science. A full-size car tire was the only first mystery those panties revealed. A tire? Yes, I saw her do it. She pulled a tire out of those panties. That's not all. First there was a tire, then a stew pot, then a frozen chicken. One mystery after another. It was magic. Oh, I remember now. He's one of the regulars in the audience at the Wonder Bar. He's talking about my magic panties trick. I just don't understand. A broom from a pair of panties? It mocks the very laws of physics. A broom and a frozen chicken, Trucy? Whatever happened to doves and bunny rabbits? Mr. Stickler, you stole this girl's panties to understand a magic trick. You say panties, but they're so much more than that. For me, they are an object for serious study. I wonder. There has been a recent rash of panty snatchings in the area. Were they all you? I am sorry, but I did it for science. Each time I spied a pair of panties flapping in the breeze, I thought maybe this would be the pair that would look at the mystery. Even that night as she chased me through the streets, I wept tears of joy. Perhaps this is the night that I will seize the truth that I lies within those panties. Yet woe was I, for once again the lacy great patent truth slipped from my fingers and... Still, that leaves one thing unexplained. Ah, you refer to our witness's other lie, yes? The witness claimed he saw the crime from the south, but it was in fact in the north. Indeed. Would anyone care to explain why he lied about that? You may guess, Airforehead. Me? Did I hear you correctly? Did you not say you did not accuse the witness of murder? Why then did the witness lie about his location at the time of the shooting? Or have you for no idea? Paulo, something about the way the diagram is arranged right now. When you think about it, right, when near where Mr. Stickler was standing, isn't there a... Well, Mr. Justice, what say you? Do you have any evidence to show why the witness lied about his location? I'm assuming it was the bloomers? Because of these.
Take that!
Evidence that shows why he lied is this. More panties? How many panties are you carrying in your pocket there, Forehead? These are the last, honest. These were found in a trash can at the park. Look at the diagram. We can see that the trash can was right next to where the victim stood. Mr. Stickler, you didn't. Alas, I'm a failure as a scientist. I can't unravel the mysteries of the universe. I can't even unravel a pair of panties. So, these panties are your handiwork as well? That night I had been chased, hounded into the miraculous clinic garage. Weeping in frustration, I was forced to abandon my prize. Don't you see how I felt? Believe me, I'd rather not. I hid in the garage for a short while. Then abandoning the panties I made for home. To avoid the office where the girl works, I went towards the south entrance. When I saw them hanging there on a clothesline by a giant mansion. A giant pair of panties. Apparently I didn't know those bloomers belonged to the mob. I had them safe in my pocket, ready to take home. When I stumbled upon a murder. Murder of Dr. Maractus. I thought of what I had seen, but as I waited for the police to arrive, I got scared. What if they searched me? It's when you disposed of the bloomers. Yes, it was a severe blow to the progress of science, but one that had to be done. A fascinating if disturbing tale. I believe this brings today's proceedings to a close. I'm more than pleased to dismiss this witness from the remainder of the trial. One last thing, if I might. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Regardless of where he ended today, some vital points were made. Namely that the defendant, Waki Kitaki, was at the scene of the crime. And he was pointing a weapon at the victim. One more thing. Waki Kitaki has a clear motive. Indeed, the defendant Waki Kitaki is still the prime suspect in this case. The only suspect, in fact, assuming there was no one else on the scene at the time, that a mystery remains. The location of the wound in the victim's right temple has yet to be explained. The court requests further investigation from both the defense and prosecution. Yeah, baby. No problem. Very well, this brings the trial for the day to a close. Court is adjourned. Alright, save that progress again. June 16, 2:23 PM, Write Anything Agency. What a train wreck that was. Glad we made it out of the trial alive. Really? I had fun. Waki made it through the day too. Everyone was too obsessed with panties to bother with the real case. But it was good publicity. Imagine the crowd at my show tonight. Should come, Polly. Yeah. Amazing Mr. Hat will be making an appearance. Hi folks, I'll be here all week. It's about enough of him. I gotta remember what I think I did like a Hello. Miss Tiala. Thank you for today. The trial went well. Alright, no problem. Do you think Waki will be okay? Well, he's not guilty, yet. Please, you have to help him. He's supposed to get married next month. Oh, congratulations. Way to put the pressure on a guy. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help. I think we're done. Like, there's nothing that's gonna be new in here, so I think we just talk to her. Marriage. Sure about marrying into the Kitaki family. I'm fine with it, and I love Waki with all my heart. Oh, that's so sweet. It doesn't bother you that you'll be, married to the mob? I don't think so. Parents are against it, of course. Say, where'd you and Waki first meet anyway? Good question. Stella doesn't look like the type to have gangster connections. We met at my old job, actually. Office romance. She's not very forthcoming with information about herself, is she? The Kentuckies? Did you know that the boss is trying to get out of the business? Really? Mr. Kentucky wants to quit being a gangster? He's trying to transfer his assets to a normal company. And he announced it recently, out of the blue. I hear there's quite a lot of confusion in the ranks. I wonder if this explains that apron. I imagine Waki going along with that. He's highly motivated, isn't he? That's not the word I would have used. He said, I'll be the next big boss, keep the family alive. think he's at that age when boys want to make a mark on the wall. It's not the way I would have put it. His father moves in a lot of circles. He's really focused on profits. The Taken family's been making a killing recently. Again, not the way I would have put it. He says it's not about the money. They have the gangster tradition to uphold. Generation gap. Even got the classic what about the family business thing going. Usually it's the father worried about tradition. Woki's operation. I'll ask you a question about Woki. You say that he was operated on by the victim, Dr. Maractus. Apparently, yes. I was in the clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my something bad. And he just lets me go without a word. See you later, boy. I gotta go in and get another doctor to patch me up again. Yes, it sounded horrible. He's always been fond of fighting, I'm afraid. Not sure it qualifies as fighting when pistols are involved. Gavin was saying his life might be in danger, wasn't he? No, that can't be right. I'm sure he was just trying to scare us. It's scary to think that a surgeon might make a mistake. It's even scarier when he tries to hide it. I'd like to know a little more about this operation. Maybe it's time to pay the Maractus Clinic a visit. Should be getting home now. Look, it's in your hands, Mr. Justice. Right. Leave it to me. Well, I think you're the only one making me more nervous. Making her more nervous. Sorry, I'm muted at this, okay? It's alright, I believe in you. That's it for you. So now we'll talk to you. Cause I guess now we have to do the entire investigation. We're gonna have to like say, hey, let's go to such and such thing. So we're going to the. Well, actually, we have to examine the. Okay, this is weird that now after they're back to being able to be examined, but I'm pretty sure it's going to say the same thing. Oh, then this is different. Okay, it's about that person from Daddy. So happy. You don't know how long I wanted one of those. I'll sleep with a credit in my arms and spaghetti Ben. And tonight, what she really wants for her next birthday, a bowl of plastic food. So I guess this does count as a second. So I guess what I should do is, anytime we have an investigation, click on everything, and after we've gone and clicked on everything for the investigation, and we go to a trial, and if we go to another investigation, you can go and click on other stuff and get more information. Because they're technically talking to the plant again here gives us another dialogue option. Trying to use to levitate people. So tell me, how does it work? Hello. You know you should never ask a magician to explain a trick. I mean, you're hardly better than Mrs. Stickler. Hey, I object to being placed in the same category as that panty snatcher. Enjoy the mystery, that's the way to appreciate magic. This is a strange paraphernalia sitting on top of the piano. It's a shame to have all these props up to a trick or two. You asked for it. Hey, Mr. Righteous, was it? Waka waka. Justice, Mr. Hat. Apollo Justice. Justice? Apollo Justice what? That's what I want to know. Oh, you're hopeless. Please make it stop. Just let me know if you ever want to visit from Mr. Hat. Any other trick but that one, please. An old sepia-toned photograph of a man in a silk hat. His outfit looks like a lot like Trucy's, come to think of it. Those clothes the best. I had mine made to match. If you're gonna be a magician, you gotta look the part. Which is big on appearances, I found. This box is frightening me. But I'm the first magician to figure out these make great shelves. does seem to be putting it to good use. If you ever want to put it back together, you have to take everything off. Don't worry, I'll clean it up soon. Then we'll try cutting you off. Thanks, but I'll pass. Blue silk top hat, just like the one Truce is wearing. So I trademark color, Trucy Blue. I don't think you can trademark the color blue. Saying it is everything when you're up on stage. But you didn't know you've got your own color too, Apollo. Crimson Justice. You sound like some second-rate superhero. This is better than being a first-rate super zero. It's Charlie the Houseplant. They've had it for years, apparently. That's Mr. Charlie to you. It's been here longer, after all. Right, sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Charlie. He was raised by a tribe of heathens. She's saying something to the plant as she waters it. Mr. Charlie forgives you, this time. Is there anything else I might do to please his high leafiness? Magic books are mixed in with the law books, you know. Magic books all look well used, but the law books are just gathering dust. I feel kind of sorry for them. Maybe I'll read some next time around. The water pot sits on a magic table. Why is the stand for this table so flimsy looking? Maybe it looks better that way. Something for a more professional explanation. Oh, maybe to show that there's no tricks involved. Not bad. Still think it's just that. It looks better that way. I guess that's it. Should be all the stuff that we've got to do. So we already analyzed the plants. We're gonna go to the detention center and then to the mansion. Student safety detention center. Visitor's room. Looks like Rocky's out for questioning. I need to talk to him. Guess we'll come back later. Excuse me. Yes? Well, the suspect is all through with questioning, sir. The other? Ah, you mean the panty snatcher. Wesley Stickler. So they arrested him too. Alright, let's have a little chat with Mr. Stickler. I hope I don't regret this. He's a valuable witness. He's a bit precious, I'll give him that. Please, keep this brief if you would, I'm quite busy. Need to finish his paper. It's you! Mr. Stickler would like to have a few words with you. Very well, as long as they're few. Nothing will make me happier, believe me. Actually, I haven't examined in here. Didn't actually get a chance to do so before. The security camera's looking at me. I wonder if they tape all of this. Security guard, he stands here watching this room. No idea if he's listening to us talk. Not even sure he's breathing. Okay, so panty snatcher. Mr. Stickler, on the night of the murder you stole... Wait, I can't help but feel that I'm being misunderstood. How exactly? Yes, that night, I obtained a pair of panties, it's true. However, it was my burning curiosity that drove me to do it, nothing more. You wanted to know the trick to my panties, right? You're here too? Oh, great Trucy, teach me! I must know the secret of your panties. My very existence hangs in the balance. Please make me your apprentice. Apollo, help! I don't know, I think he'd make a great, lovely assistant. I'd say that, Apollo. What you witnessed? Could you relate what you saw the night of the murder to us one more time? Why not? That would hardly differ from the testimony I gave in court. The defendant was there in the park that night. Of this I'm quite certain. He was pointing a pistol, or something like that at the victim. When I shouted, "Stop you two, let's resolve this like gentlemen." In the next moment a shot was fired. And this is all true. Really? My panties are gone, my innermost heart revealed. What further reason could I possibly have to lie? Can't think of anything you'd want to hide more than panty snatching, true. Sounds like Wacky was at the scene of the crime after all. I wish it weren't so. Now we leave to go to the mansion. Yikes, she's back. Hey, you two, over here! Us? Yo, Little Plum, what's up? I think all this gangsterese is a negative influence on truths here. How'd you retrieve my bloomers? Well, I was just doing... a man speaks clearly and takes credit where it's due. Caught the thief, didn't you? Yes, sorry, I caught him. You're cute when you're nervous, Polly. I'll deal with you later. But what about bloomers? What about my son, Wacky? Wacky, well, clearly. Yes, ma'am. This is why I was kind of hoping we could avoid coming back here. I don't know if anything's changed here. I guess it has. Because that's the other thing. We used to, I think now we have to swap, right? Because we already figured out what the thing with the, so that makes me wonder, right? What would have happened if I got to the, what would have happened if I took the slippers instead of the mirror at the end? Because remember, with the slippers, you had an option between taking the slippers or taking the mirror. So I wonder how that would have affected the case, or if we would have just been forced to take stuff. It's hard to say. So we do have to talk to her, and we also have to examine the trash can to grab the slippers. So I guess we can go and check to see if there's anything else around here first. Yeah, okay, looks like they will refresh. It's a gate befitting the Kitaki mansion. Look at the nameplate, Kitaki. It's so cool, short and blunt like any good gangster. Ooh, let's change our name. How about WAA? Maybe that's too short and blunt. What do you think? No comment. Silver colors of paint rain splash across the gate. Most of it's pretty dry too. It's gonna be one heck of a cleanup job. Colorful dragon turns its baleful gaze in my direction. So to say, abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Don't worry, Mr. Dragon, me and Hope haven't been on speaking terms for a while. But crime scene is off limits to the public. Police officer on guard by the gate is yawning. You noticed me staring and slapped his mouth shut. Too late, Mr. Officer, I saw you. Looks like that old lady's at it again. Look, I told you yesterday the park's off limits. I told you yesterday this is how I go home. Okay, you want me to go around? How about giving me $5 like yesterday? Con Harder strikes again. Apparently this pipe was the gift of the Kentucky family. Friendly people pie brought to you by organized crime. Very naughty part of me is tempted to write "we kill" on the left side of the... wait. A very naughty part of me is tempted to write "we kill" on the left side of this sign. Oh. Right, we want to swap the mirror with the slippers. It's a trash can. This is where we found the mirror. To think of it, wasn't there something else in here? Something near the bottom? Look at the paint on these. That means these must have ended up in here after Mr. Wright's accident. Maybe they're connected. Let's pick them up. Okay, we can pick them up without having to swap the mirror. So, slippers for patients at the Marcus Clinic was found in front of Kentucky Mansion. Anything on these that I can examine? Ah, there's bottom is covered with paint. It's this weird shape here. Like a leaf was stuck to the bottom where the wearer stepped in some yellow paint. So the outline was left when the leaf was removed. Got paint on my hand. Hello. So you try to wipe your hand on my cape. Okay. Now I guess we just talk to her. So Rocky. I guess we now talk to her at this point. It's really everything you'd expect in a boss's son. You're gonna be a gangster, dude. Life does have an appeal for that age. Particularly for boys. What? Don't look at me like that. We shot in a turf war about half a year ago. Yes, we heard the story from Lucky. But he didn't tell you the whole story. You know, even if he had a pistol then, he couldn't have shot anyone. What? He acts like he's hard, but he couldn't shoot someone to save his life. I should know, I'm his mom. The words do have a certain weight to them. But then this is all taken care of. He and the boss can sort out the differences. Boss, you mean Rocky's father? Didn't seem to be on the best terms, did they? Case? It's true. One of our pieces is missing. So the murder weapon was from this mansion. Kind of figured, given the difficulty of obtaining a gun these days. I don't have the rank and file have access. Only the boss, myself, and Rocky could have taken it. I see. Sure, the cops will continue trumping all over the mansion because of this case. Maybe this is a sign it's time for a change. Doesn't seem too concerned, at least. Alita Tiala. Yeah, Rocky's fiance. Getting married next month, correct? Suppose. She's been staying over lately. Don't look too happy about that, little plum. How'd you guess? Even I could tell that. Tell us more about her. He brought her home one day. Says he wants to tie the knot. You can see why, she's so pretty. Oh, she's pretty enough, but you know. Nah, it's probably just me being suspicious. Stay in this business too long. You start to only see darkness in people. Get a nose for it. A nose for people, a nose for trouble. Wonder what the problem is. It's like a gangster's only version of female intuition. Father and son. Boss may act tough, but that boy means the world to him. He seems, well... Seems like he's against his father's position. Ah, it's to be expected. A bit of a transition now. Trying to cut our ties to the shadier side of the street and do more on the up and up. If he isn't too enthusiastic about the change, it's true. But why the change? Is the gangster thing just not paying the bills? It pays. We need a lot of money right now. Clean money, that is. See, something must be up. We'll see things the way the boss sees them someday. That's all for you. We already got the slippers, now we want to go to Elder's house. And basically we need to talk and pan to everything as well. So to Elder we go. first, you may as well. Hey, it's Mr. Aldoon. Oh, Mr. Aldoon. What's wrong? Okay, I gotta remember what voice I did for him here. So you found my stand. That's why I'm here, to thank you. But now it's a crime scene and they won't let me have it back. That's also why I'm here. I've got no other place to go. Ah, I see. How can a noodle stand be a crime scene? That's what I don't get, Trucidol. Even in death, he's after my neck, I tell you. Can't even cook an honest noodle. Hey. Even in death, you mean the victim, Dr. Maractus? I tell you, it's enough to drive a man to make his soup even saltier. Remind me never to eat his noodles when he's in a bad mood. We'll do the examination first. And then we'll talk to everyone. Gordon's dog doesn't look too lively. They say dogs and their owners resemble each other. Guess there are exceptions. Gordon's house has seen better days. I'm betting I've eaten better noodles. This must be his business sign. It reads new. Maybe that's, how the kids are spelling new these days. Another failed attempt at hipster marketing. Oil drum for catching rainwater. Like a crow just flew over and... That's gross. The rain was uncanny, almost as if they've been practicing here a long time. There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light. It's hard to make out the sign in the shade from the clinic next door. Blue top Mr. Aldoon used to cover his noodle stand. What was its purpose? It blows in the wind. Alone. Lone Aldoon's noodles bowl lies on the ground. The lone bowl tipped on its side, it's kind of surreal. I think he would have picked it up by now. I've noticed that these sections here, we don't have any interaction with Trucy or anybody else. This guy's parked in front of the Mark's clinic. It's empty. The police must be inside investigating. Looks like this is a banner for some campaign. 3 shots for the price of 1. Somehow I don't see people lining up for that. Find entrance to the Mark's clinic. Walls and posts are so highly polished I can see my face in them. Wait, my head is a little flat. There, perfect. Okay, the noodle stand. That stand, for generations, it served up the very best noodles us Elgins can make. Tradition of noodles and salty broth. It's more than a stand. It's history, I tell you. Watch what you say, or you might become true. It's a great story, Mr. Aldoon. Single stand passed down from generation to generation? Of course, to be honest, I didn't plan on doing it. That's right, you said something about that. About you rebelling against your pops, was it? Good memory, Trucidol. Oh yeah, I was a go-getter back in my day. Until my friend next door bottomed in. In the end, I was left with nothing but this dusty old stand to earn my fortune. So I don't mean to pry. But what exactly did you do before you became a chef? Let old noodles lie, that's what I say. I'm trying to get an idea of what he did anyways. You stole my dreams and left me with nothing but noodles. Now I don't even have that. Marcus Clinic. So I don't know if I might ask. What exactly happened between you and the Maractus Clinic? Couldn't help but sense, enmity there. Enmity? I hate him. Hated? Him acting like he smells like roses when he's rolling in mud. Excuse me? He's the only doctor in that clinic, you know. Pretty impressive, eh? I'll tell you the secret to his success. The mob. You mean the Kentucky family? We're always having one of them turf wars or whatnot. Always an injury or two that needs fixing. Marked a sore chance for some business. We started giving the Kentucky family a good deal. Deal? For a fifth operation for free. You stole the idea from my pops. 1 3 bowl of noodles a week, he used to say. The doctor just decided to do that. What about the insurance companies? Oh, no doubt it's illegal. But it's got him in good with the family. Pretty soon he was getting all the business in town. Leaving me here in the dark. To my neck in soupy noodles. I think I figured out Mr. Eldon's former occupation. Can't have to ask Paul though. Eldon's past. Mr. Eldon, or should I say Dr. Eldon? Figured it out, did you? That's right, I was a doctor. A surgeon, until the year before last. So Mr. Actus was your rival. You like those onions I put in the soup broth? Yeah, kinda. Take a spoon, you drink some broth, those onions will find their way in there. For people who like them, why? That's just fine. For people who hate them, I hate onions. I hate them. Always sneaking in from the side, getting in the way of a good tasting spoonful. Oh, that's what it was. An onion boy, that's what I called him. So you weren't exactly friends. Me and Palmeractus, it's better to say malpractice then. Ever since preschool we were getting in each other's face. No matter what I did, sure enough he'd come following along. Then he'd do it better than me. Just blow right past without so much as a howdy. See. That's right, I was a surgeon long before he was, you know. Then that no good onion boy comes along. Well, Tracy, it looks like we found ourselves a new suspect. Don't say that. Thanks to him, I was forced to trade in my scalpel for a ladle. Sorry, pal, didn't mean to weigh you down with an old man's ramblings. No, it's fine. By way of apology, you ever get yourself into a spot of trouble, you drop by. You're investigating Maractus, aren't you? Yes. Oh, you want to know about a doctor, you ask a doctor. That's all I'm saying. You just think of me if you need something, Trucidol. Right, thanks, Mr. Eldon. Guess the time spent listening to him complain wasn't entirely wasted. Is that everything here? We have to show... The officer won't let us in, but we have to show a connection to get into the clinic, which we don't have yet. So now we go back to the detention center to talk. And then we want to present our weapon. So back to the detention center to talk to Walkie. What's happening to me with my client? Okay, Tiger's just finished questioning. I'll bring him out. Great, finally. Yo, sup, my little imposter? What did you just call me? Shazam, it's you. Sorry, G. Thought you were a leader. My little imposter sure is a strange nickname. It's a clink thing. You wouldn't understand. Did I say imposter? I meant pasta. Like poster go, eh? Gotta drop part of that. Why not drop poster and just call her girl? Because she's so much more than that, G. She's like an angel. A fallen angel. So, what can I do you for? Don't look so chipper today, Walkie. Worried about your, heart condition, maybe? That was the wackest thing of all. All of us G's lining up, taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away. Bizoi. A relief to hear. What's a relief? Oh, did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart, so attended to immediately, could kill you. I ain't trying to hear that. Man fights to protect what's valuable to him, you know what I'm saying? Miss my fallen angel. Hey, you're gonna get a leader from me? You're my lawyer, aren't you? Lawyer, not gopher. So we're gonna talk to him. So your fiance. So I hear you're to be married next month. Straight up. We pulled the nuptial 40 out of the stew. Alita, oh Snapple Cakes. She's so fine. I think he's spitting with her in his own weird way. Just wondering, how did you two meet? I asked Tiala, but she was very vague. Huh? Well, man, she wouldn't tell you. Best hold my tongue, you feel me? Man, what's past is past, you know that? When I'm with the leader, I feel like there's things worth protecting out here. You feel me? My Alita, she's down with all that, all the way. So both of them are mum about their past. Maractus Clinic. Do you think you could tell us what happened with you and Pal Maractus? Something you should know. The Kentuckians are having what you might call a feud with the Rivales family. About 6 months back, going to Rivales' turf pecking a knife, right? And you were shot. Coldest thing I've ever seen. One shot to the heart, but my homies weren't too late. It's a miracle that I lived. It's already considered one of the 7 wonders of the Kentucky family, you know that? So you were taken to the Miraculous Clinic then. Should have seen their faces when they wheeled me in. Can't just let the boss's son die, you know. To have been in that doctor's house. Doctor's shoes, sorry. So Kentucky's scary enough when he's on angry. The bullet that hit you was never removed. And still threatening his life. That doctor, he did it on purpose. Rivales paid him off, I'm sure of it. Need to hear more about the night of the murder. That much is clear. His future. Life in the family's a G thing. It's about me being a man. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm not up on my G things. I'm not even sure what a G thing is. But my old man, he's gone soft. He says the old rival gang days are over. He just wants to make money. Isn't that a good thing? Man, there ain't no soul in making money. Better live fast and die young, for shizzle. Wait till everyone's in the yard, then everyone will know what time it is. That's right, OG time all the time. Represent. Although, why does he keep talking about old guys? I don't think that's what OG means, Trusive. Now we need to present him with a gun or the knife. What are these weapons? The pistol and the knife. Belong to the family. I stuck him out that night. So the killer, Mr. Stickler, says he saw that night was. Guess it was me. I was there after all. We're finished. Yo, Wacky. Do you think you could tell us exactly what happened that night? You don't beat around the bush, do you? Like your style, shorty. So now we go and talk to him again. Because of the new information, night of the crime. Actually, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you for a while now. That is, did you do it? Did you shoot him? I don't know. Think of that checkup when I found out about the bullet in my heart? I borrowed a gun from the family stash. Figured I'd give that doctor a taste of his own bad medicine. Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. But you were carrying a knife, weren't you? Oh, that? Yeah, well, never can be too careful, I say. So I'm on my way to the clinic, right? And I run into him in the park, and he's dragging this noodle stand behind him. Wait, you didn't put him up to that? Like, you know, in the movies? If you value your life, you bring him to stand. Shorty, you're what denying him. And that's saying something. But I'm serious. Thing is, I don't remember what happened next all too well. You don't remember? The way I see it, if there wasn't anyone else there that night, then I guess it probably was me who did it, man. You know what I'm saying? That's everything done for you. We gotta go back to the mansion, and then we go to the people park, and we talk some more? Looks like. Wait, is it? Did I do this correct? Predators forming up here is at the crime scene. Did I not do something right? I did ask him about all these questions. Maybe I have to present him both? Let me try and present him with both weapons. I did the pistol first. Okay, let me... Okay. So that... So there's supposed to be a crowd that's appearing at the, mansion. Clavier isn't here. Let me check if I've done everything. We talked to, Stickler. We've talked to Plum the whole time, I believe. Yeah. We examined the trash can, grabbed the slippers. We talked to... Oh, I guess what we have to do is go to, that might be the thing. I might need to go specifically to say, hey, I can't get into this area. I think I have to go and, try and attempt to get into... I had to try and attempt to get in here. I think. It's not letting me do it, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I might have to look up what I have to do. I was gonna probably end like the stream here anyway, so we'll just, probably just do that, I think. That might be the best option to go with, because then we can start afresh, looking where we have to go and figure out what we're doing from that point, so yeah. I mean, overall, again, music is really good, but getting a lot more music tracks when it comes to the stuff with the investigations and the different themes and stuff. Clavier seems to be musical-based, a few other things as well. And then graphics is always pretty much this consistency as well. Like, we're learning more about Phoenix. Obviously, it seems a lot different to what he was doing in previously. And stuff with Trucy as well, and then Apollo. Apollo, it doesn't seem like he's as good of a character as Phoenix is, but again, we have to allow for time to... That might explain why there's only one Ace Attorney game with his name on it. I'm not entirely sure. I guess we'll see. Yeah, like, gameplay-wise and stuff, we've had a couple more elements. We did our first investigation segment, we've done our full trial segment, we've done a full thing as well. It sounds like all the cases are going to tie up to each other in some ways. That's going to be interesting to see how that goes. The characters, again, we already just met the characters in the previous one, and then obviously Clavier was revealed, Christoph was revealed to be the villain. And then this one here, we've got a lot of characters, a lot more characters that we've, thing, but like all the stuff's pretty much the same for the time being. But character-wise, there's a lot of characters in this one. Like this Doctor reminds me of the Doctor from I think it was Dr. Hottie in one of the games. And then obviously we've got like Yakuza people, and then the and then I like the prosecutor as well. Emma has returned. I believe she was in one of the games as well. I think her and her sister were in the games, from what I remember. And then obviously we've got more. I like all the characters so far. It's getting harder to voice characters because I'm not very good at voice acting, but I like them. they're fun to voice, they're fun to play, and see how they go. But yeah. And obviously we've completed our first investigation. We went through the first trial segment. We figured out we're basically at the point now where we've figured out that there's something else behind what's happening, because Stickler was lying. We figured out that one crime, and now we've got... So there is a pattern, I guess you would say, when it comes to these, in terms of what they're doing. There's a pattern with how all of these work, and what they do as well. So I guess we've solved the first panty case. We don't know what's happened with the car crash yet, and we don't know what's happened with the murder. So we're still trying to figure that out, but we'll get there when we get there, I guess. So let me just save, because I haven't saved in a little while. No, that's load. Oh wait, the white is the... Yeah, we want to save, make a save here. Unfortunately, I can't see how long I've played the game for, but it's a thing, like, we've played for like 6 and a bit hours today, so... at least this will be back to being in practice about what I have to actually complete and stuff. We'll just go from there and see how it all goes, so, yeah. With all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, and subscription for this video gets a monetization. How's about my content file? It's going to be to find out about my past access also pays on the past to the YouTube channel. At the moment, the only place for me to links here is in Twitch, because YouTube has got to wait 2 months, unfortunately, so that's why I'm doing it all here. So that's my games list for all the games that I have upcoming to play, along with DLCs and for games that we haven't bought yet, as well as games that I've already bought, and games that I've currently played at the moment, and speedruns all in organized playlists and stuff like that as well. To look forward to those whenever that happens. I'm also working on Plat for games we have the Platinum Trophy for, as well as switching things up so games on the Switch, along more Trilogy experience or Trilogy experience, but I'm not sure what I can do in those. The Live Alive speedrunners are all completed and all ready to go. The Persona 5 Tactica stuff, I started working on that a few days. We're currently about a fifth of the way, I would say, through the run. We'll just have to see how that goes. But it's so far, most of my notes are staying consistent. It's just going to be a matter of trying to remember where everyone has to go to get these to work. Because some stuff is going to be a little bit hard to figure out, but it should still be okay. Like, if I lose some time, it's fine. I just want to at least get it out there to have done. The individual levels are also something I'm working on at the moment. I still haven't really done much on those, but we'll eventually get around to that as well. I also upload everything to my YouTube channel because I have some limitation on my videos before they're permanently deleted, and I want there to be a separate place for people to be able to find my content if you do so, and I also get a notification when I go live watching on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch at 200 followers. I'll be doing live challenge speedruns, most likely going to be 0 Kills Ninja, 100 Kills Ninja, and the Allstead Boss Rush section. I was considering doing all achievements, but I don't know if I'll do that, because I don't technically have any achievements on the Switch version. And we also reach affiliate, which means I get monetization as well. Get to make a bunch of subscriber emotes and incentives to support me in the channel going forward into the future. Also get an extra 7 days to upload before my videos put up as well, and you'll also get a notification when I go live watching on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. Wish to add me on Discord. I will send you an invite to my friend's Discord server, close to 2,000 members. Still going strong, Pendox and Gamers to discuss that as well. I'm going to then just get a notification when I go live as well. And finally, if you know who create my stream overlay that use all my future content going forward, you can find a link down below and scroll for that as well. So, with all that being said, before we get out of here, see if we can raid somebody. If there's anyone that I'm following I can raid, or if they can do something else. Otherwise, I'll try and find someone who's maybe playing this or playing something else that I'm interested in. We'll see. I also take on raid requests, so if anyone has any of those, I will be more than happy to raid them as well. Okay, there is someone that's online right now. Why are you not pausing? There you go. There is someone that's online right now that's playing. Let me let them up. They're doing some Fortnite at the moment. I'll send you over to them. They're also trying to reach affiliates, so I may as well try and help them out a little bit, even if it's only small. So, yeah. Let's do that. So, with all that being said, thank you for watching, and have the rest of the day night, wherever you all are, and I will see you all later.